All right. Big up to each and everyone. Today is Sunday, March 16, 2:07 p.m. Welcome to Esoteric Sundays on Imhotep University TV. Welcome one and all. You know how we get to work. We big up the ones and ones them. We do the formalities, bless up the ones and ones them. I will also ask that you just hit that like button on your way in, especially people who are here day in, day out and respect and appreciate the platform. Yeah, just hit that like button. And also bear in mind, we're not here to agree, sing from the same hymn book, speak from an echo chamber. So there will be contending views. So not because we might disagree, that means you can't hit that like button as well. That's the thing about respectfully agreeing to disagree. But you will know the social media space there as well. If people don't agree with you, they're not going to hit the like button. It is kind of weird still. But in the spirit of reciprocity, yeah, man, ones and ones can definitely leave a like on the stream. Thank you all. All right, let me go through the formalities quick and fast. Godfrey Goldburn, the omnipresent one, big up yourself, my general. The Jamaica Drunker channel, big up yourself. Godfrey Goldburn said 2 accounts, 2 likes, 2 views. That is code. Dead D. Where you are going with Dead D? One thing with you know, easy, Erection is more important than resurrection. But the resurrection is the erection still in a Dead D. Yeah, that's why every morning, all right, if a man want to know if him healthy, right? In terms of that aspect, every morning him supposed to rise with the sun. So the resurrection is the erection. You get what I say? Just look at the word erection. Yeah, man. Resurrection. Big up yourself, Dead D. Resurrection, I go on, man. Every day. But we understand from a Christian theological perspective as well. So we're going to be speaking in that context. Big up yourself, Dead D. The Jamaica Janko challenge, religion is based on allegory and mythology. It's not real. Serpents don't talk, dead men don't walk. There's no historical account of anyone named Jesus raising the dead. Well, the Jamaica Janko channel, I would love to see you try to convince King Uzziah and Loving One. Trust me, because here we go and now, sometime it's not what you know, it's not what you can prove, is accepted beliefs and what people believe. So we are in a time where, nobody no really want facts, nobody no want evidence, nobody no want data. No. People just want to hold on to what they believe in and work with it that way there. So I just saw that go still, it go. As Dead D, a good day, gentle people. The Jamaica Janko channel say, where is the gravesite for any of the characters mentioned in the Bible? Well, there are a couple of those mentioned in the Bible. As I've always said before, there are some people mentioned in the Bible that are historical. But what the authors did was to throw in a couple of historical people, right? I mean, I can write a fictitious story and I can base it in Jamaica, right? 1,000 years from now, people will believe that the story is factual because the location. I can put a story and throw in, say, Andrew Oneless name in it, throw in Mr. Vegas name in it, throw in Vibes Cartel name in it. And 1,000 years from now, people look and say, wait, say the story was based in Jamaica, and Mr. Vegas in it, and Vibes Cartel, and Andrew Oneless, and Mark Golin. So the story must be real. That's what the authors of the book did as well. Throw in some historical places, put a few historical characters. We have about probably 4 or 5 historical characters. Cyrus the Great, Taharka, those are people where we can say definitely the historical accounts are there. Their graves, are actually, there for all to see. So there are about probably 5 people out of everybody we mentioned. The key people in the book, like the Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses, Joshua, all of them people, we still waiting on people to present the evidence for those people. Jesus, because presenting the evidence of their existence will definitely solve the world's problem in terms of, all of the doubtful Thomas them, so to speak. right? They will definitely say, yeah, man, this is proof. And I am convinced now because the proof is presented. So I'll just say it there. Lone Star, big up yourself, my general. You know the thing, manners and respect. Mood man in the building, big up. Lynette Thompson, big up yourself. Mood man say, leave a like on the stream. You know, Jamaica Junko channel. I see you have a lot to say. Nothing wrong. You can also call in if you want to and share your perspective. Because you know, say, you know, we just there to engage as well. Is it? TG Media. Yeah, man, big up, you know, big up. Courteous, manners and respect, you know, my general. Private figure, big up, big up. He's looking forward to the Sunday reasoning. Clip Cartel, where you going with? Big up, you know, big up, big up. Boxer Dan, where you going with general? Manners and respect every time, you know, you see it. Let me see now who is there. Deddy, I agree with the Jamaican Janko channel. Big up to yo, you know. Manners and respect, yo, where you going with? Gangali, big up, you know, big up, big up, big up. Casbet, big up, big up. One Cushman, big up, you know. Cotton Candy, big up yourself, you know the thing go. Chakadi, big up. Let me see who is there. The Observer, yeah, man, big up. Respect to the people who check in on a Sunday reasoning, you know, say the Sunday reasoning here is more of, you know, we put some topics up as it relates to religion, you know, history, you know, mythology, you know, esoteric sciences, all kind of topics like that. This is not like a, you know, entertainment conversation. I mean, understand, say, most of the subscribers, them subscribe for the, you know, topics as it relates to entertainment and social commentary and politics and things like that. But we also try to have this type of conversation on a Sunday where people can, curious minds can engage, believers can engage, you know, yeah, everyone can engage with the conversation and see what makes sense, because that is always the objective at the end of the day. Big up to all the viewers, big up to all the subscribers, big up to all moderators, big up to all the listeners wherever you are checking out the platform from, you know, be it in Jamaica, the Caribbean, North, South, Central America. Yeah, man, big up the European massive as well. Who check out the Sunday reasoning, you know how the thing go. So we say we greatly appreciate the continued support. All right. I want to also shout out the members of the platform, because we have to appreciate it still. Big up to the winner, right? The winner became a member. Yeah, respect the winner for the support. Nikki Willie, yeah, man, big up yourself. You know how the thing go. Big up to Yo-Yo, Michelle Clark, Real Simo, Not Your Child Corp, aka Miss Julia, Lynette Thompson, Jerome Pearson. Yeah, he is the beneficiary of you know, a membership donation. But big up Jerome, aka J3SUS, aka Ita Tape. Exit 9X, big up Nicholas Mitchell, Silver One, The Free Thinker, DJ Congo, Stefan Henry, DJ Rain Movement on YouTube, TG Media, Vioni All, Jamon, Only Good Karma, big up yourself, Only Good Karma, These Are Nice, Rhythm Palace Studio, Ever Bless, Is Addiction, Cute Browning, Beast, Black Saldy, Humbleman RB, Lone Star, Sweet P, the Playback Queen, Global Life Records TV, the Playback General, Rick Livestream, aka Rick Storm TV, Moodman, big up on yourself. Big up the recipients of membership donations as well. Toddler, Scara, Success Over Hype, Conquering Lion, you know what thing go. On the big up on yourself along with Orlando King. Yeah, man, big up. You know what the thing go. I wish say manners and respect. All right, just hit that like button on your way in, people. You know, as a way of brushing off your feet, so to speak. We have some topics up for discussion, right? Yeah, man. Jesus' resurrection real. We want to know if the resurrection real in terms of, was it an historical event? Was it an historical account? Because it's very important. This is very important, and we are in the they say the quote unquote period of Lent, and coincidentally it's 40 days of Lent. If you ask the church what this Lent is about, them can't tell you. The only thing them tell us is that it was the death and resurrection of Jesus. And if you ask the evidence, that is where they will become defensive and try to go to the Bible. But at the same time, your argument is about, you know, implying or inferring that an historical event took place. So if the historical event took place, show us it in history, not in biblical theology, right? But at the same time, we also understand the genesis or the origins of these concepts, right? There was always the 40 days of Tammuz, right, that the Babylonians observed. And also even the children of Israel, God's chosen people according to the Bible, that they were also ones who worshipped Tammuz. Yeah, so they partook in those festivals as well, the 40 days of Tammuz. And for those who might be familiar with the story, and for those who might not be, it's always good, people, to open your spectrum of understanding, read other things, study other things, do research on other things. Whether you're a believer or not, it's always good to be open and receptive to new information. Nothing is wrong with information. That's all it is. No one can give you no knowledge. No book can give you no knowledge. All knowledge comes from within, because the knowledge is the result, or it's the product, right, of your amalgamation of the information, applying your intuitive faculty to it. And then you can see what makes sense logically. And remember, when we say logic, we are talking about what? Logos or logia. The etymology of logic, is the Greek term logos or logia, which means word. So you can, utilize your faculty of intuitive knowing, critical thinking, wisdom, good judgment. These are faculties that you apply to information to establish what makes sense and what not makes sense, along with our cognitive faculties, which enables us to understand what is being conveyed as well. So once you apply those methodologies, then I think it will bode well. I think the absence of that application is why we have so much confusion and nobody wants to know anything. We just want to know, say, I believe this and I believe that. Yeah, that is what we replace it with. Because when you look at the history, it goes back thousands of years. All or most of these civilizations, right? It was always know thyself. Yeah, know thyself. Man, know thyself. Even in the Greek culture, they said, "Man, know thyself, and you will know the gods and the universe." That is how they framed it still. But it was always about self-knowledge. So we are in a time where, one, we are going through an identity crisis, but at the same time, if we look at the ancestors and what they did, they said self-knowledge, self-identity, self-revelation. That was always the objective. So when it said know thyself, it was self-knowledge, self-identity, self-revelation. But we suspend that. Even the Bible says, seek first the kingdom of heaven. And them change it and say the kingdom of God. When it never mean a kingdom of God, it was the kingdom of heaven. And that is very important as well in terms of the word, because it says again, the kingdom of heaven is within you. So even if they want to say the kingdom of God or whatever, that's fine, right? The kingdom of heaven is within you. And within the human anatomy and physiology, there is a quote unquote the crown chakra, as they want to call it, right? So it says you have a crown. And I mean, the rest is history. So it was always about knowledge of self and things like that. But, to each his own as well. We're not here to superimpose any, religious construct or any belief construct on anyone. We are here to put some topics up for discussion, hear what the people they must say, see if it makes sense. And that is that, people. So I don't want anyone to look at it otherwise. The important thing is that we can respectfully do it to as mature people in a civil manner, displaying decorum and emotional intelligence. It is that simple. All right. The next topic is that what is the origin of sin? Yeah, we want to look at that because them say we live in a world of sin. They say we were born in sin and shaped in iniquity. It's the worst thing them people could ever tell we, that we were born in sin and shaped in iniquity. Those things were accepted back then. Me not accept that in 2025. But we're gonna be speaking on the origin of sin and how they actually conceptualize it to engender fear and have you subjugate as well, because it's all mind games, mind manipulation and things like that. Because them know say once them control the mind, yeah, them and he who controls the mind controls the body. Right, so that they're not people. So them people are totally overstand the whole science and thing, and them know say just control the mind, man. Or you control the mind, yeah, man. Instill fear. Once you instill fear, yeah, man, you know how the thing go. The rest is history. Big up to Ryan Scott, my general. Manners and respect for the super chat, aka Sunday offering. Yeah, man, we appreciate the offering, my general. You know the thing go. Him say, Imhotep University, big up yourself, my brother. Always one love. Ryan Scott, you know how we say reciprocity. You know the thing go. Respect, one Cushman. Facts are feelings. When they say me that, I don't know what you mean, my general. Big up yourself. Casbet, yeah, man, you know what thing go. Let me see who's there now, quick and fast. What you think about the Zangbeto voodoo in Benin? Remember, said the voodoo culture still, even we not forgot to Benin. We can look at Haiti, we can look at Jamaica, West Africa in general. You can also look at you can look at even Nigeria, right, where they have the Orishas, Ogun, Oshun, or Batila. Yeah, these are concepts that is based in oral traditions, and it has become a cultural way of life, especially from an African perspective. But there's also evidence of the migration. There's migration from West Africa to even Egypt, and migration from ancient Kemet, so to speak, to West Africa. So there is cultural similarity. You look at the deities, they are very similar in terms of what their nature represents. Just like how in Zoroastrianism, right? That's a Persian religion, but you look at a lot of Christian beliefs and practices, it is replete in Zoroastrianism, right? A lot of it is in Zoroastrianism because the god in Zoroastrianism was Ahura Mazda, which was the god of sun and fire, right? And we see in the Bible itself, I think it's Malachi, the book of Malachi, it says, for the Lord thy God is a sun and a shield. Remember good, that is in the Bible. So you look at these similarities and their nature. So when you look at West Africa, there's a lot of similarities in terms of the concepts of the deities and what they represent. The thing go. Big up Chakadi. Tishima Dunkley, yeah man, big up Tishima. Cotton Candy said, I don't know what to believe in honestly. Well, here we go now, Cotton Candy. I think you have to ask yourself, who told you to believe? Why do I need to believe? What's the meaning of believe? What does it mean to believe? Those things are prerequisites to start in the journey. So I think once you look at those factors, yeah, it might quote unquote take you down the rabbit hole or take you to the light at the end of the tunnel. So the thing go. Donna Thompson, big up yourself in a respect every time. Willie Ras M said the resurrection of Christ is an historical event for those who believed in the faith of the faith. So here we go now, Willie Ras M, big up yourself, my general. When it comes on to an historical event does not need to be believed because there are primary sources or contemporaries to validate it, right? Marcus Garvey, right? At 1,000 years from now, yeah, people can say Marcus Garvey was historical and they can give quote unquote attestations, they can show contemporaries, right? Yeah, man. So here we go on. During the time of Marcus Garvey, you did have Leonard P. Howell, Haile Selassie was around, you know, all those things. You had the Booker T. Washington, the L0RD, the Boa, them. Those are contemporaries. So if anyone said, no, Marcus Garvey wasn't historical, you can look at even the historical accounts of L0RD, the Boa, and how him bump heads with Marcus Garvey. You can look at the government records of the US for sure say what Marcus Garvey was charged with wire fraud and, you know, imprisoned and pardoned by President Coolidge and deported back to, you know, and things like that. So that is where you can prove historical accounts. So historical accounts does not need to be believed. You get what I say? But big up yourself, you know what I think. Let me see now. Optimus Prime, where you going with? Big up yourself, you know. Man, as I respect, you know, Optimus Prime. You know the thing, or respect for the check-in, my general, on the Sunday evening. Success over hype. Yeah, man. Big up success in the building as well. You know, tingo every time. All right, people. So, you know, we have, is Selassie Lord of Lords? You know, Rastas will use it in the Bible. The book of Revelation speaks about, they say it speaks about Haile Selassie, and it's really a thing that Rastas believe and they hold dear to. So, you know, we definitely are going to speak about it as well, because these are conversations that we definitely need to engage with. Because, you know, the Rasta culture is our Jamaican culture, and we really respect and appreciate the culture. We might not agree with a lot of the belief systems. As a matter of fact, you know, there is no standardized belief system in the Rastafari theology. You know, some say Haile Selassie a God, some say Prince Emmanuel a prophet and all those things. While you have 12 tribe, you have the Bobo Shanti, you have the Orthodox and things like that. You have the Rastas who are baptized Christians as well. In a real life, you have Rastas who are baptized Christian. Bob Marley was baptized as a Christian on his deathbed. So that's just the reality of things as well. You know, yeah, man. You have a whole heap of Rastas who are Christians. Yeah, because them get baptized in our church and things like that too. Yes. So that's the reality of things. But we're going to be speaking on it as well, because, you know, it gives a different perspective as it relates to Haile Selassie. We saw the history of Haile Selassie, you know, the whole history from his time from the early 1900s, right, to like 1930 at his coronation. Now we see where the whole Italian invasion with Mussolini them in 1935, 36, right? I saw him visiting Jamaica, and Rastaman really believes that when him open him and the cloud opened up and everybody gave testimony where them see all the nail in him and where him did crucify on the cross and things like that. So, you know, people really believe that Haile Selassie is the reincarnation of Jesus or God in the flesh as well. You get what I say? So we definitely going to share some perspective on that as well. Was Marcus Garvey a prophet? We're definitely going to be speaking on that as well. 52 accounts in the building, 44 likes. Thank you very much, people, for liking the stream. The likes do help, because, you know, like-minded people who are questioning things or want to engage in these conversations, who might be on YouTube might recommend it as well. So respect. And also share it with a friend, man, who you know might enjoy these conversations or these kind of discourse, and if they want to share the perspective, you know the thing. So people just share the thing as well. We appreciate it. Be good boy, big up yourself, you know. Yeah, man. Imo, would you say Christianity is an Italian culture? No. The Roman culture adopted Christianity. You get me? I say, because remember, say when it comes down to Italian, listen to me. One of the youngest countries in Europe that became a colonial power was Italy. People don't understand that the country named Italy was formed, I think it was like in 1851, there and about. Young. Listen to me, the country named Italy was formed after emancipation. After the Emancipation Proclamation of 1838, so to speak, right, where quote-unquote slaves in Jamaica were free. Yes, all know there was no place named Italy. So Italy was late on the scenes, but they wanted to be like a colonial power, and that's why they them get a good whipping from Menelik at the Battle of Adwa in 1896-97, right? Because they wanted to exert their colonial influence at the time because of the whole scramble for Africa that was done at the Berlin Conference in 1880. I think what 1884, 85. That was the Berlin Conference, right? Yeah, where they sat down and they decided they're gonna partition Africa, and there was a scramble. Oh, Germany, yeah, man, you will control over Namibia and those places, right? Certain countries in South Africa, yeah, you will control over this. So, Britain, you know it go, yeah, man, you will control parts of West Africa and East Africa and North Africa and South Africa and one bag of something. Everybody, France, worse. Whole heap of West Africa, East Africa, North Africa. Let's say, yeah, East Africa, because the problem that started the battle of Adwa was there was a port city. The same place we call Djibouti today was a strategic port owned and held by the Egyptians, right? And the Egyptians decided to give up that port. So here we go now. In the Sudan, the Mahdis were fighting against the Egyptians because the Egyptians were the Ottoman Empire, right? So you have the Ismail Pasha them, and the whole Ottoman Empire that started pretty much right after the Islamic conquest, right? Yeah, you had the various caliphates during the Islamic conquest of 747 AD come straight down. So the Ottoman Empire was like about, say, from the 14th, 15th century, there was the Ottoman Empire. So in the 1860s there and about, there was still that war going on between the Egyptians and the Mahdis in Sudan. So the port city, which is modern day Djibouti, right? Egypt held on to it. So the Mahdis in Sudan had actually encircled the Egyptian army, and they had no route to escape back to Egypt. So they actually reached out to the Ethiopians, right? Through Emperor Johannes, right? Them call him John. That's still Johannes, right? Right. And they said, all right, cool, here we go now. If you allow the Egyptians to escape through Ethiopia, right, we will give you that port city. And Emperor Johannes, all right, that's a good deal because Ethiopia is landlocked. So they don't really have a port of them own, right? And in terms of boots in trade and things like that, yeah, they need that. And you look at the history of the quote-unquote ancient Aksumite Empire. During the time when Rome was dominant, there was an Aksumite Empire as well that encompassed that land region. Modern day Ethiopia, Djibouti, Somalia, the whole of Eritrea, places like that. So when you look at the history of those places, Emperor Johannes, all right, that's a good deal. I'll allow the Egyptians to escape and you give me that city. That's what the British offered, because the British didn't want the French, because there was French Somalia as well, people. The French control a part of Somalia, right? Britain did not want the French to get that port city. So long story short, when the Mahdis heard about it, they turned on Ethiopia, they sacked Gondar, burnt it to the ground. These are historical facts, right? And there was a war between Ethiopia and the Mahdis in Sudan. Before it named Ethiopia, it was Abyssinia. So even 200 years ago, there was no country named Ethiopia like that. Couple thousand years ago, yes, the Greeks called what we call modern day Sudan Ethiopia, not the land we call today Ethiopia, that speaks Amharic and Oromo and Tigrina and over 80 language with over 80 different tribes. No, but long story short though, when it comes down to Emperor Johannes, yeah, he made that deal. The Mahdis got angry, start war with Ethiopia. They sacked Gondar, burnt it to the ground, and him and them did a war. The Mahdis actually killed him, so to speak, cut off him head and carry it, go back in the Sudan and sent it to the Pashas them in Cairo. I met them know, so they are next. So that's what they did with Emperor Johannes, a very fierce warrior as well. So you look at the whole history of things, but was Marcus Garvey a prophet as well? We're asking that question because Rastas, even Jacob Miller, For those who know music of like even the 70s, and Jacob Miller did have a song where say, Naughty Jed will never run away. This year a prophecy when the right time come. So my go ball. You get what I say? And then they say, Marcus Garvey prophesied, say. So that was in the Rastas belief system that Marcus Garvey was a prophet. So we definitely going to look at it as well and share some perspective, because Marcus Garvey, based on what Marcus Garvey has done for Black people or Pan-Africanism, I think he has not gotten that level of respect. I think Jesus get more ratings than Marcus Garvey, yet we will see the historical accounts and what Marcus Garvey did historically for Black people. But guess what? Black people don't really care about the Marcus Garvey. Give us Jesus, give us Jesus Christus. Yes, take Marcus and give us Jesus. So I don't saw them deal with it. But we're going to speak on it still, because based on people's logic, what Marcus Garvey has done, I think Marcus Garvey forget even more ratings than Jesus among Black people. But anyways, we understand the whole concept and how people pre-things. Passion Dan one. Big up yourself in my general. You get what I say? Let me see who is there now. Quick and fast there. Quick and fast there. Let me see who is there. All right, cool. DJ Rain Movement on YouTube. Big up, I say history bar still, but I think I'm a general. It's important to, Let me tell you something. You see, when we are going to argue religion, we have to know history. You cannot argue religion and don't know history. If you argue religion and don't know history, you're going to trouble. Because here we go now. You see, if you're going to argue, say, 2,000 years ago, right? Yeah, man, you did have, or even say 4,000 years ago, you'd have one place over, quote unquote, the Middle East or Mesopotamia, or whatever they want to call it, the Near East, Fertile Crescent, whatever. We're talking about lands where encompass modern day Iraq, encompass modern day Syria, Lebanon, Israel, the Gaza Strip, all those places, and even modern day Egypt, right? Yeah. Jordan as well. Turkey, parts of modern day Turkey. You look at that whole geographic area, and even parts of Iran as well, because Iran was where the Persian Empire was, and the Babylon, they wrote about the Persian, the Persians, invading, and that's why Cyrus the Great was considered in the Bible a Messiah. Yes, he's looked at in the Bible as a Messiah. In Judaism, he's a Messiah. And he's a Persian, where him deal with Zoroastrianism, and his God was Ahura Mazda, the God of sun and fire. So when you understand history, it's important to understand history if you're going to argue religion as well, because it's important. 4,000 years ago, nobody over them place no name no Adam, nobody no name no Eve, nobody no name no John. You get what I say? 4,000 years ago, nobody no name no Noah. No, nobody no name so. 2,000 years ago, nobody no in the name of Jesus Christ. No, a one name, right? Nobody never named no Peter. There was no Peter no 2,000 years ago. Those people, they don't have them named. Those are English names, people. You get what I say? Yeah, man. Peter. Yeah, those type of names and things were not prevalent in those times. So it's important to understand history. It's important to understand geography as well, to identify the locations, the type of people who were there, what language they spoke, what culture they had, what quote unquote gods they worship as well too. It's important to understand these things as well and broaden your spectrum of understanding these things. Island Spice, big up yourself. Tuggy Frost, man, as I respect me, general. Yeah, man. Optimus Primer asks, oh, it's Mighty Diamond. I'm sorry, DeAndre Small. Respect for that. But Jacob Miller was one who did talk about Marcus Garvey as well. The Mighty Diamond. Yes, you're right. Respect for that, DeAndre Small. Thanks for the clarification still. But definitely, yeah, man. Then they say Marcus Garvey prophesied, say. So Marcus Garvey was seen as a prophet within that time as well. Respect for that. Imhotep, do you think black history get cross-thread with Christian history? No, not at all. Because if you look and say, all right, this Christianity where everybody are dealing with now, the Church of God, Church of Christ, the Adventists, everybody, where they get it from? No, from Europe, man, package, well packaged in Rome and sent out, well packaged in England and sent out. So that's all European in terms of what is packaged and presented in the modern day Christianity. So that's the problem. No, black history, Christianity is mythology. So one is history, one is mythology. So that's the difference still. So there is no conflation or no history there. So you get what I say in terms of that. All right, guess I go on now. The Jamaican Janko channel said the first slave ship land in Jamestown was a ship named Jesus of Lubeck. All right, well, what's this now? This is a historical account. But there was also the quote-unquote good ship, Jesus. Remember they had ships where, all right, and Columbus, when he came to Jamaica, right? Them same company, quote-unquote, 3 ships, something like that. The Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria in 1492. When there were a time when you had ships named Jesus, you had ships named the Grace of God, you had ships named the Holy Mary. That's a fact. So at the end of the day, yes, there was slave ship named Jesus. They named it Jesus for a reason as well, because they would have to convince the people in West Africa. Remember places like Ghana, the Castle of No Return. They took them there. There was a church on top and a dungeon beneath where them hold the slave them. So them really take them, say them carry them to the promised land. And yeah, man, the ship named Jesus. Missionaries went into West Africa and were teaching people about Jesus. So it's only fair that them have the ship named Jesus to tell the people them say, yeah, man, the ship named Jesus will take you to the promised land. And that is how them get tricked and things like that still. So you know the thing go. All right, King Uzziah, big up yourself. With their reason, we are asking now, was the resurrection an historical account? I think we want to start off right there. Was the resurrection an historical account? We definitely love to hear your perspective on that.
Yeah. Blessings.
Yeah, man, big up.
Yeah, my son, all right? Come.
Yeah, man. I mean, me no say that on the road based on my ear, but yeah, man, that nice.
All right. So yeah, with the resurrection, I didn't want to touch some things on that talk about, but I don't know if you don't want me to touch that right now.
No, man, go ahead. That's fine. Go ahead. I tore with
all right. So they as far as the slave ships and all of those things, right? One thing we have to remember, because what happened is we always put, it's in the Catholic Church. That's why I always try to separate, because what they did to the world is not the representation of like Christ's church. If one of these days you could probably do a topic on the true church versus the false church. The problem is there's an actual false church that is infiltrating the true church. So everything that the Romans did and the Catholics did, they blame it on Christianity as a whole. And I think that's where the problem is. People misunderstand that part because it's not the same thing. So whatever the Romans did to the world, you can't blame it on all Christians and say, well, the Christians had slave ships and all of this stuff. That's not the reality of what's going on. The reality is Christ's church have nothing to do with none of that. First of all, the real church was in the wilderness. The Romans attacked the real church and we had to flee, and the church had to flee and scattered all over the place. There wasn't even no Bibles. That's where they kind of got the book of Eli from, where there's just one Bible. But of course, it's not like that. But it was rare for you to be a Christian because they would kill off the real Christians. So we don't want to put both of them in the same category. A lot of the catastrophes of the world, racism, the murders of Christians, these were done by the Romans.
What time period are we looking at?
They call it the Dark Ages, but like I said, the reference point.
No, man. The Dark Ages was that have to deal with that the Dark Ages was 12th, 13th, 14th century. That I just the other day, right? That was 600 years ago. So I'm
Right. So
asking.
that's what I'm talking about with the slave ships and the problem. Then what the young man, somebody said it in the chat, or
Yeah, but
you
you
were
mentioned
answering.
about the persecution of Christians. So I am
Yeah,
asking
that was
the time when they
that.
were living in the wilderness. I'm asking you, what time period was that?
Well, I don't have the specific time frame, but it's around the Roman when the Romans was in power. From I can't give you the exact time
Yeah, but
frame, but
that's
it's in
important.
that it's in
That's
no, but I'm letting you know I don't know the exact time
Yeah, but remember
period.
the Romans ruled for Rome ruled for a very long time, Rome ruled for Rome ruled for over 1,000 years, or
Right,
900.
that's what I'm saying. It's a very long time. That's why I never want to really. But it's in that period of time. Rome. I just want the clarification because I want people to understand you can't blame all the historical issues of Christianity on the regular Christian when it's actually a set of people who they also use the word Christianity as their religion, but they're not the real Christians. That's
All
just
right,
what I
cool.
wanted to go.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
Big up to who was that said? Yeah, man. Big up to Chakadi. Yeah, Burning Spear sing about Marcus Garvey as well. Yeah, man. Him sing a song where, and he was so true at that time. He said, "No one remember Marcus Garvey. No man remember Marcus Garvey." Yeah, man. And Burning Spear them a general. Me love Burning Spear music. You get what I say? Yeah, love Burning Spear them. Burning Spear them a general, yeah. So Burning Spear, them I sing about Marcus Garvey for real. A very long time. But King Uzziah, when you said the true church and you said there were people who were in the desert, what were these people called and what language they spoke? And please not tell me say that's are the same Israelite people, and because those people are not Christians, them practice Judaism. The people leaving out of Egypt, according to the Bible, where Uno will argue say it happened with the Exodus, they practice Judaism. They don't practice Christianity. So, who were these people living in the wilderness or the desert, and what were they called? Who were they? What were they called? Since you're saying that they were the original Christians, what were they called? And who were
Right.
they?
So at first they were called the children of the way, right? Before they got a name. They were called the children of the way. Um is they didn't get the name up until Jacob them, they got the name Israel or but they were called children of God or children of the way. When they came out of Egypt, the Bible said they came out as a mixed multitude, right? So there was different people because remember Egypt was the center of the world at the time. So you had different um you would say ethnicity that came out with the children of Israel, or before they got that name with the children of God. Um, when now after that now, what you're saying is now what? How did they? What was their name? What you're saying after that? What you wanted me to answer?
Yes, I'm asking you what were they called, but based on what you are telling me, you are giving me that same Israelite story, which means that and the people of Israel now them practice Judaism, they don't practice
Okay,
Christianity.
that's the part. Okay,
Hold
that's the
on
part I
now,
wanted to answer. Yeah.
hold on. All I'm saying is that argument you gave me a while ago about even Jacob and Egypt and this and that. According to the Bible, it's the children of Israel that left out of Egypt. The Bible
Right.
never said Christians left out of Egypt. So I am saying now,
Right.
since you are trying to say that these were the original Christians, I'm saying according to everybody argument, they were the original Jews or the practitioners of Judaism and not
Right.
Christianity. You get what I'm
Right.
saying?
Okay, that's the
Hold
part I
the
didn't
thought for a second.
answer.
All right, hold the thought for a
Okay.
second.
Yeah.
Big up to Cyrus the Virus. Yeah, man. Respect. People just hit that like button, share it with a friend who might, be interested in this conversation as well. Yeah, man. And you can just leave a like. You can and also subscribe as well. If you rate them type of reasoning here, because we kind of deal with it on a Sunday. We try our best to do it on a Sunday consistently where people can engage in these type of conversations. Willie Ross yeah, man, the Renaissance period is what ended the quote unquote dark ages. And the dark ages was during the time of the Inquisition as well, where if you weren't we're talking about the Church of Rome, right? In Europe at the time, 12th, 13th, 14th century. You know, yeah, they were dominating, and anybody who no subscribe to Roman Catholicism would be considered pagan. And anybody, man, like Galilei, he had to recant when he was telling us about the sun and the solar system and the earth, you know, revolving around the sun and all them, something there. He had to recant that. He was locked up, Galilei, right? Yeah, them man there is considered the father of astronomy in the Western world, even though, you know, Imhotep is credited with being the father of astronomy in general. The Greeks, them credit him as well. But Galilei was one who brought that level to the Europeans, them, and the church locked him up, and he had to recant and things like that. So the Renaissance period now, where they said the rebirth of learning, and you know, they speak about the Michelangelo, them, the Machiavelli, all of them, right? Yeah. Those were people who were instrumental to Europe's development, like a golden age of learning. So that actually ended the Dark Ages. So the Dark Ages is just the other day, 600 years ago, 700 years ago. But yes, we're talking about who the Christians were. And you said that they were in the desert, but the people that you name us now would have been the children of Israel who were called, you know, they practice Judaism from Abraham. I understand, say, there are three Abrahamic religions: Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. All them have them quote unquote roots from the whole Abraham story. Them get that part there. But to say that the people leaving out of Egypt at the time, according to the biblical story, because historically it never happened, there's no evidence of that. Still waiting on that, someone to present that evidence and not just use a biblical talking point or a biblical reference. Give us a historical reference to validate that. Those people leaving out, as a matter of fact, when they were leaving out, they didn't even have a religion. They never had a religion leaving out. No, the story leaving out, remember, you know, is after them leaving, you know. Is after the Exodus came what? The Deuteronomy, not true? Right, King Uzziah? It's right after the Exodus came Deuteronomy, right?
Leviticus and Leviticus, then Deuteronomy.
Yes. Right. Leviticus and Deuteronomy, right? Good. So after the Exodus, you have Leviticus, and it have to deal with what? Levi are the laws, right? Right?
Yeah, it was the books of the law.
Right. And the law is called what? Torah. Not true?
Yeah.
Torah. Then good. So Torah, which Christian practice Torah?
Right. So now you're talking about the beginning of it. So a Christian, the only difference from a Christian and a J was that Jesus came on the scene. And once Jesus came on the scene, now all his followers, they were called Christians. So it's not like a total different religion. It's just that those some of the Jays never respected him. So he said he came to his own and they received him not. So all the people that received them, they were called followers of Christ. So that's how they got the name Christians, because they followed Christ. So it's the same laws and everything coming down through the history until Jesus came. Now they were called Christian. All of those guys were Jays. Paul, all of them, every one of them.
All right. So you are saying that Jesus was a J, right?
Yeah, king of the Jays, not just a J.
Right. So he was a J, and a J founded Christianity, right?
Yeah, it's just coming off of him. Yeah.
Good. So a J forming Christianity. And when you look at all the practices, the whole Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, right? They are called the Torah. And at the end of the day, when it comes on to Judaism people, that is their most sacred and holy book. So you are saying that Jesus was a J, but at the same time, I'm going to ask, you know, tell me the religious practices of the J's that Jesus was doing, because one who became, when it comes down to the whole thing, right? One who became a J was one who practiced Judaism. So tell me now, right? The practices that Jesus was doing, that was Judaism.
Well, throughout his time, his short time, it said the Bible said he did all the customs of the people of the time. So everything that they did, he did. He went to the synagogues with them. He learned. He kept the Passover with them. Whatever was there at the time, he did all of those laws. Right. The only difference is when he went into the synagogue, he actually said to them, "Today is the day is fulfilled in your hearing," because they were looking for someone to come. So he said, "I'm here now." When he wrote the prophet, when he read the prophet Isaiah in the synagogues, and he pretty much announced himself as the one to come. So from that point now, when he announced that announcement, and they brought him through the city and said, "Hosanna, Hosanna, blessed be the name of the Lord who cometh in the name of the Lord." So from that point, they knew, no, he's not just a regular person. He's now the Messiah. So when he came on scene, yes, of course, he taught them how to really keep the law properly. So people would say, "Oh, he sinned, or he didn't do it the way the original Jays did it." But he was coming to show them the right way to do it. But it caused problems with the regular Jays that was from the traditional Moses time, and he coming on the scene now to be the new one to come to show the new covenant, because Moses was the old law. He's coming to fulfill that law, but also to bring in the new covenant, which was a little different from the old covenant. They didn't respect that, and they wanted to kill him because of that.
Yeah, but the thing is that you mentioned about old law and the Mosaic law, and for some reason, all these new religions that came after is dismissing the Mosaic law and things like that. I understand, say, in Judaism, yeah, that is there, go to book. But the laws, right? According to the Bible itself, even the character Jesus said, "I come not to change the laws," right? So if in the come to change the laws, it no matter if a old law. So he even saying the old laws, and he brought new laws. He said, "I come not to change no laws, but to fulfill." So he's nothing never change. He not change not one law at all. Not
And
one
I'll explain.
according to the book.
All right, I'll explain that to you when you finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that to say that old laws, no matter if how long ago, right? The character in the book named Jesus said, "I come not to change the laws, but to fulfill." All right, so you are saying that he was a quote unquote a Jew, so he practiced Judaism, right? So if he practiced Judaism now, that means a Judaism this then, right?
To a small extent,
No,
but
I'm talking about
yeah.
all of Islam. Remember, according to what you have said, him start
Mm,
the Christian church and this and that and whatever. So
right.
since he was a practitioner, based on what you have said, since he was
Yeah.
a practitioner of Judaism, that means a
Mhm.
Judaism this then.
Right, because remember a couple weeks back I was letting you know that we're still Jays in a sense of spiritually speaking. We're not the origin, like we weren't born there. But once we because remember, even in our book, we still have the Old Testament in it. We didn't throw that away. It's all one book. We still have the old books of Moses, plus we have the New Testament, which was with Jesus. So everything is still one book. So we don't throw away what Moses did. But here's the difference now. Under Moses' law, remember, under Moses' law, you would have to get stoned to death. So anything you did wrong, you were stoned to death. Jesus came now with grace and mercy, because now you can sin and don't die now. You understand? Which we'll separate later on. But
But
because
the
of
thing is,
Jesus now,
yes. Yeah, you say yes. You say
Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Because of business, right? We don't have to
No, you start break up now, Isaiah. You break up. You break up bad now.
all right, got you.
No, go ahead now. I think you're passing through a bad spot or something, but go ahead and finish your point.
Okay, so I'm saying in Moses' time now, there was no mercy. You sin, they stone you to death. But Jesus now came with grace. That's why it says under Moses' law, with 2 or 3 witnesses, you were stoned to death. Jesus now came with love, with compassion and mercy. So now you can do something wrong and have an opportunity to be forgiven of your sin. So that's what he means by he came now with a different order than just the order that you die right away for your sin. You understand? So that's what Jesus came to do when he said he came to fulfill the law, meaning to magnify it in a way that people can see that God is really merciful. You understand? And it's not just as you sin, you die. You get what I'm saying? So that's what Jesus really came to do, to show love, mercy, and grace.
Right. So let me ask you a question now. You are saying that Jesus never changed no laws, right? Him only fulfill it according to what the Bible say, right?
Yeah, he fulfilled all the other laws. Yeah.
Good. So where all this new thing come from, new practices come from, where all the various churches them are deal with. Because if Jesus never changed nothing, right? All of this where I do no, the Roman Catholic Church, the Methodist, the
Yeah.
Anglican, them Church of God, Church of Christ, Mormons, Jehovah's Witness, everybody. What
I
everyone is
love how
doing.
I love how you lump them up in one, but they're not one. But go ahead. Yeah.
Well, I've made a reason, so you will respond definitely. When I say all of what is being done now is something that all of these practices and them something there, right, was never been done before originally. Even the whole baptism thing, it was not according to the Mosaic law, right? And according to where the Bible has said, the character named Jesus said, him not come to change no law whatsoever. So all of these new laws where we see, where people are fight for worship on Saturday and Sunday, and the Catholic Church doctrine and all those things, the Eucharist and them something there, where and you have to be baptized and them something there. That wasn't in no Mosaic law. So if Jesus not come to change nothing, all of these new things is who change it then?
That's what I'm saying. According, all right. You see what you're mixing up is you're mixing up the law of Moses with the New Testament, right? All right. So the New Testament, God, first of all, Jesus wasn't sent to baptize. God sent John the Baptist. So that was his ministry. God called him and told him what to do. Because remember, before John, they had to be circumcised with the flesh. So through every dispensation of the people of God, there has to be a mark on them to show that they are his people. So before John the Baptist, they had to be circumcised. They had to be cut off their foreskin. That showed that they was God people. After that, now God showed John that all of them should be baptized. So
All right,
Jesus didn't come baptizing.
hold on there. All right. Do you understand that circumcision was being done in Egypt way before these people quote unquote adopted it? So guess I go on now. Since that was a way, and this is a historical thing, right? The circumcision in Egypt. So what I'm saying now, you are saying that because they adopted the circumcision practice, right? And you even mentioned about the John the Baptist, right? John the Baptist brought baptism. Where prior to John the Baptist coming on the scene, right? Where was baptism used as a religious rite for those people? I'm talking
Right.
about
But
the who were
yeah.
practicing the Judaism at the time.
All right.
Where before John the Baptist came on the scene, where was baptism being a rite of passage?
all right, let's go back to Egypt, right? Coming out of Egypt, understanding the story where when they were coming out. That's the introduction of the Passover, right? So that was the first time they did the Passover. Along with the Passover, them coming out, God told them, you know the story, I think we spoke about it last week a little bit. So coming out of Egypt, the Bible said they were baptized in the Red Sea. Now, of course, it's not the baptism that you know that John did. But like I said, God himself, that was a representation of the whole nation being baptized unto God, coming out of sin, coming from slavery, coming from outside of the world. No, you're being baptized into and God is bringing them into a new land. So God, that was a type of baptism to God, to his people.
All
Now,
right,
after that,
they did. Just stick up in for a second, a quick second.
Okay.
Big up to Sophia Jacobs. Respect Tuggy Frost for the super sticker, aka the Sunday offering. All right, so the baptism that you mentioned, right? Because I'm not aware of the Bible, the original story that was written about that Exodus thing. There was no argument or nothing said about people being baptized in the Red Sea. So when me say is that since these modern day translation and people are trying to argue that point, right? Are you saying that that baptism that allegedly occurred in the Red Sea is the same as what John the Baptist did?
Right. So everything is
are they the same? Yes or no?
They're different. They're different in the way it's applied.
Okay, cool.
God,
fine.
Yeah,
Hold on now.
Fine.
So they are different. So here we go now. That's why more we stay at John the Baptist, because you answering my question, you are giving me an example that is different from what John the Baptist did come and do. So more you explain to me and say, before John the Baptist doing that right, because remember, you know, he, according to the Bible, even Jesus subject himself to the John the Baptist rites of passage ceremony there. So when me I said that, before John the Baptist, where was it in their tradition or practices?
It wasn't. God already baptized the whole nation one time there. And then after that, no, he said, told Abraham them that in order for somebody to be called a child of Israel or whatever, they would have to be circumcised. So now it moved from them going through one shot to now circumcision. No, John came on the scene because God people have to be separated from the world, right?
All right,
so there's always going to be something that represents them.
But hold on there. You mentioned the circumcision thing. I'm tell you, I already said that.
Yeah.
It was a practice done, even historically, it was a practice done by the ancient Egyptians. But my point is this: in the Bible, does the Bible say circumcision is of the heart? Did the Bible say the ears were uncircumcised?
Yes, now you're going into the New Testament. Right. But we don't want to conflate the two. Go ahead.
Man. Please, Isaiah. We not conflate nothing, because the Bible me I talk about, which consists of
but
old and
it's two different dispensations.
Isaiah, why you love to overtalk whenever you see the reasoning? That two are there, brother. We not for overtalk. What me I say? Don't talk about the Old and New Testament, because it's in a one book, brother. It's in a one book. Different categories in a one book. So it no matter what old and what new, it is in that book we call the Bible. So what me I say now is that we have in the Bible where them say circumcision is of the heart. We have in the Bible where them say their ears were uncircumcised, right? So you know, I make it look like say the cutting off of the foreskin there as something that was newly practiced by them. It wasn't their practice. All right, what's this now? Question: was Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob circumcised? King Uzziah, that's your question. Yes or no? Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. All right, he muted. All right. The Jamaica Janko channel, was Abraham, according to the Bible, was Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob circumcised?
Hello?
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, you're checking back. Was Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob circumcised?
Yes, but don't go so far. I want to go back to what we were talking about.
Where was Abraham? Who circumcised Abraham? You tell me now.
All of them were circumcised.
Where in the Bible? Give me the Bible. Give me the part of the Bible where it said Abraham was.
I'm driving at the moment, but before the show ends, I will give it to you.
Yeah, I would love to get that. I would love to get that because that's very important.
Okay.
But since we're talking about the baptism, I don't want to go too far. Leave the circumcision argument out of it because, as me say, well, I know Noah, even the whole Noah sitting, right? Who did circumcise him?
No, that's what I'm saying. In those days, it wasn't. That's what I'm saying. In those days, all right. That's what I'm saying. You're mixing up. In those days, they didn't need to do that. That's what I'm saying. After God gave that order to Abraham to do to his children, so God gave that to Abraham for his generation to be saved. Then after him, now God gave
Abraham. Remember, Abraham is the founder of the thing, the father of the thing. So here go on now.
No, but you said Noah is a different time.
No, that's fine. But hold on. Them say if the end of the stream dirty, the whole light got dirty or whatever. Something like that argument. So my point is this now. Abraham, was he circumcised? Abraham.
Yes, because God gave him the command to circumcise all his children.
No, but hold on. The first time God spoke to Abraham, how old was he? Huh?
In my head, I can't remember exactly how old he was.
That's important. That's very important to the conversation.
Yeah, but we're talking about circumcision.
Yes, it's very important.
Why? Okay, he was 58. He was 60.
No, I guess, man. Them something they must know.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. What does it matter?
Yes, it does matter because it gets to go on now. It's always the younger ones them get circumcised, right?
According to the Bible, God gave him the command. He was supposed to circumcise himself and all the people.
Yeah, but hold on. Since you might not remember, Abraham was 75 years old.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you for that.
So a 75-year-old man, you are saying that God instruct him to circumcise himself. That can't make
for
sense.
Sure.
No, but that can't make no sense. Because
Imo, you're using your own logic to make sense. It's not about what you logically know.
No, hold on, man. Hold on. Me now go suspend logic if you go in at some illogical reason for you. I go tell me say a 75-year-old man was circumcised. Me now go.
So you're telling me a 75-year-old. So you're telling me a 75-year-old they can have surgery, triple bypass surgery in this modern world, but they can't get their foreskin cut off? Come on, man.
May I ask you, where in the Bible it says Abraham himself was circumcised?
I am driving. I will give it to you in a minute, but I'm just letting you know it happened.
The first, according to the Bible, the first time God talked to Abraham was when he was 75 years old.
And that's fine. And if he was 78, he cut it off when he was 78. It's not a big deal.
Well, man, that's not how this circumcision thing work according to the tradition. Prime. Yes, according to Judaism, it's 8 days after birth, 100%. So me no know where Uzziah go tell me say 75.
Yeah, but he was given it at 75, so he was already born and living his life. How is he going to turn back into a baby? He can't turn back into a baby.
Well, no, man. That's why I'm saying according to the tradition, even in
yes, according to the law.
Well, no, Uzziah, nobody argues that Abraham was circumcised. Nobody.
That's fine. When you get the scripture, just hold on. When you get the scripture, you'll get it. I'm sure if you
right now, with that tradition going on, is there anyone like after 75 being circumcised for religious, because remember, it's a quote unquote religious practice, right? And is anyone being circumcised at 75 like all Abraham based on religious practices?
No, because you don't need to. You just accept Jesus Christ and you're saved. That's what I'm saying. You're conflicting different errors. You're conflicting different errors.
Uzziah, that's a new thing I talk about. So all me ask is this now. All of these new practices where are gone, right? In the various denominations, them, right? Who invented those? Who created these type of theology? right?
All right, let me give you the history. All right. The reason is being this. When he said that he came to fulfill the laws, right? All the traditions of the people of those times, they had to do different things. They had to do the Passover. They had to do the Festival of Lights. They had to do the Feast of Weeks. All of those festivals were representation of him. So when he came on the scene now, that's why when they used to sin, they had to kill a lamb. When he came and he died for us, he was the lamb that was slain. We don't have to kill a lamb anymore. So we don't have to go to the priest and cut off no lamb neck because the lamb already sacrificed his life already. He fulfilled all. Hold on. Just
Metaphorically,
wait now.
yeah.
All right, just wait. What I'm saying to you is for you to understand what Jesus came to do. He's the fulfillment of all of these feast days. He was the atonement. They used to have the Day of Atonement. Christ gave his life on the Day of Atonement. No, his atonement blood is shed for all people. We don't have to.
And a preacher, brother. And a preacher,
Yeah, but you got to get the concept of what's going on. When he said he fulfilled the law, it just simply means he became all of those laws within himself. He did all of that. That's what it means.
Man. Because nobody where became all the laws cannot die on a cross. Right?
He didn't die. He died and he resurrected.
No. You cannot die on a cross and then cry out to your God and say, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? So here we go now. Jesus never claimed to be God. He never claimed to come change any laws or implement any new laws. But
he actually did claim he's God, but go ahead.
No, hold on, man. Remember, we've been here before, right? And me are telling you, say that's nowhere in the Bible. Some biblical verses where Uno Jaffa and talk about, oh, unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given. And John 3, verse 16, where John say, talking a third person, for God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten son, and all those things. Not Jesus saying that. Everybody, every source or not Jaffa is somebody.
Jesus said it.
All right, so tell me where Jesus
favorite
said.
Scripture that you love to pull. Your favorite scripture that you love to pull. When he was talking to Thomas, doubting Thomas, where you love to pull. Yes. When he spoke to Thomas, he said to Thomas and Philip, they said, Jesus, when are we? Because we always hear about the Father. Jesus said, when you see the Father, you see me. Then he said, no. Thomas said, no, we want to see the Father. Because now Jesus had tried to hint them at something, but they still didn't get it. So he said, okay, we still want to see the Father. So Jesus came out clearly and said, I have been with you all this time, and you didn't know that I was here. Jesus let them know that he is the Father. And then when Thomas touched him, what Thomas said to him, he said, my Lord and my God. He realized that. Yeah, okay.
Me not talk about what Thomas said. Let's listen to the argument now.
No, Jesus said he's the Father. What more do you need?
Hold on. Me don't want to hear anybody else saying where them think Jesus
He
is.
loves when these people understand who he is.
Hold on, Isaiah. Please, just hold on now. And let me finish my point. I'm saying, I don't want you to draw for any reference where somebody is saying, oh, my Lord and my God, and for God so loved the world, and he's the Alpha.
All right, what does me being the Father mean to you?
Whether that's hold on,
no, because you try to defy the reality all the time.
Isaiah, is a thing called decorum. When two are there, we don't need to do this. Right? I allow you to speak, just allow me to finish. You are trying to prove an argument to say Jesus claim to be God and things like that. And you're gonna tell me about what Thomas said or what Thomas thinks about Jesus. We can't reason that way.
I didn't say Thomas, I said Jesus said, I'm the Father who you're looking for. I am him. He said it.
Hold on. So when he was on the cross crying and saying, my father, why hast thou forsaken me? Our next father that or what? How that go?
No, because he's dual nature. He's a human being and he's God at the same time. So you have to
all right, hold on now. So hold on. When he was on the cross, which one was he?
Of course, it's the flesh dying. The flesh is dying. His human nature is.
Who was on the
His
cross?
flesh was dying. His human nature. His
All right,
human nature. The human man.
all right, so it was a man on the cross and not a God, right?
Yes.
All right.
No, the man is the body. The body.
Hold on, man. Just hold on, man. So
God
it
is
was
in the
man,
body.
just hold on, Isaiah. So it was a man on the cross dying, calling out
Yes.
to his father, asking
Right.
why as though forsaking me. All right. So where
Right.
did the father abandon Jesus prior to him going on the cross? Is it on the journey to the cross before them nail him up or what?
No, when he said it, why hast thou abandoned me? His father couldn't look upon him with all that sin that he took on for all the world. So he
Yeah.
said, why hast thou abandoned me? Meaning his father, because that's what you don't understand. Him in itself is human, but God wrapped himself in a human flesh. The human is gonna bawl. The human is gonna get hurt. If you stab a human, no matter what, is gonna cry, is gonna feel pain. In his human self, yes, he cried out. But in the spiritual man, he said, not my will, Lord, but thy will be done. So God himself is still manifesting in the human.
No, well on, man. So are you saying that all right, you say was the father on the cross? Because you said Jesus is the father and him talk it about and claim to be the father, right? I am saying no. Was the father on the cross? Yes.
The man Christ Jesus, technically yes, because the father is still within the soul. So yes, but it's the human man that's crying out.
All right. So you are saying that remember, you say Jesus claimed to be the father, and according to you, you say the father is God. So you are saying that God was on the cross, right?
Yes, dual nature,
Right.
son of God, son of man. Yes.
Cool. Big up to the winner. Yeah, man. Respect for the check-in. Big up to Sheldon Joseph as well. The winner said, if he died for our sins, how come we still live in a world full of sins? No, world full of sin. According to where Uzziah them say, everybody good, but you have a next denomination say, you must be born again, you have to baptize and them something. So at the end of the day, is pure confusion. You understand me I say? Because them said that's what Jesus died for our sins. So we good. We not worry about no hell. And the next people I say, boy, if you not get baptized when you dip in the water, you're going to hell and things like that. But make with us say no. You are saying that God was on the cross, right? Almighty God was on the cross. King Uzziah. Yes or no?
Yeah. Yeah,
right,
but
cool.
in his
So Almighty God was on the cross.
humanity.
No, well, you say Almighty God was on the cross. All right, cool. So who was the Almighty God calling out to say, my father, why hast thou forsaken me? You can say Almighty God was on the cross.
Right.
So
Because you're trying to craft it the way you want to craft it, right?
No,
God is every time, right?
Is King Uzziah there or what? No, I just allow you to respond now because I don't want to over talk. I don't want you feel me over talk because when me I respond to, me now go over talk. So I'm saying if you're gonna listen me, Optimus Prime. All right, so the Father is within Jesus' flesh, our heart. No, Father is within Jesus' flesh, our heart, or our heart, our heart. I don't understand what you mean, Optimus Prime. Yeah, yeah. Nothing wrong if
Yeah,
you're
can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I'm hearing you now.
Yeah. No, what may I say is this, right? The Father is omnipotent. He's everywhere. He's bigger than just that body itself, right? So when even when John the Baptist baptized him, you heard the Father speak from heaven as well. So the man is there, and God is in that man. But God is also everywhere at the same time. This is what he's bigger than just being in a body. God is everywhere. He's in me. He's in the atmosphere. He's in everywhere. God is bigger than just what we think. So when you hear Jesus speaking, that's the human man crying out to the Father in heaven. You understand? And that's what people don't really understand. It's the human nature crying out, saying, my father, just like how I would cry out. It's just That's how it is. Yeah, you can hear me? Hey, Mo?
Yeah, man, I'm hearing it loud and clear, man. All right,
Right.
so remember you argue and said that God was on the cross. And once we talk about God, we're not talking about human nature. Right? And you said that God was on the cross. God being on the cross was the divine nature.
No, the flesh.
Once you say God was on the cross, you're saying the divine nature was on the cross as well. Now, if the divine nature was on the cross, how is the divine nature calling out to itself and saying, "Why hast thou forsaken me?"
And that's what I'm saying to you. He's bigger than. All right. If someone is omnipotent, omniscient, he's everywhere. He's all powerful. He's everywhere. You're looking at it from a human's perspective. Oh, how can God talk to God? And it's the human is talking to the Father, the Creator. At times, he subjects himself. Hold on. All right. Throughout his whole life, right? He subjects himself to being a human. He doesn't rarely ever say that he's God, right? That's why I said only one.
No, never.
No, he said it one time. He said it. I gave it to you, but you probably don't get it.
Verse? Give me the Bible verse, no, man.
I told you when he spoke to Thomas, they said, "I want to see the Father. I'm tired of seeing the Son. I want to see the Father." He said, and he said, "Okay, I've been with you." He said, "No, I want to see the Father." So Jesus had to clearly say it. I've been with you all this time, and you didn't know. So Jesus is just letting them know he is the Father as well.
But hold on, man. He also said, "I and the Father are one. When you see me, you see the Father," right?
Right. That was the first reply. That was the first reply because he wanted him to get it, but he still didn't get it. So Jesus said flat out.
Hold on,
He answered him 3 times in a row. He answered him 3 times. Remember that.
Yeah, but hold on, no, man. In the book of Matthew, just the book of Matthew alone, that same character named Jesus spoke about the Father in me over 40 times. Just hold on, man. Just hold on, because you have to understand the metaphorical aspect of it, the allegorical aspect of it. Don't literalize the thing. And him saying, "Oh, when you see me, you see the Father." It means, he is God. In the book of Matthew, he said, "The Father in me, the Father in me, the Father."
But that's not what he said the 3rd time,
man. Why you love overtalks, man? Just wait now.
Yeah, because you're creating an atmosphere of the wrong interpretation.
No, hold on. You'll have your time to respond. You get me? I say, allow me to speak too. When me I say is that now, the Father in me over 40 times in the book of Matthew, just Matthew alone we can use. The Father in me, the Father in me. No, you are trying to tell me, said God the Father was nailed on the cross and died up there and called out to itself. And I said, "God, why hast thou forsaken me?" So you said, God upon the cross, make some kunumunu Romans, whip him, throw a crown of thorns upon him head, nail him up on a cross and him sitting there, and then bawl out to himself on the cross, asking himself or itself, "Why hast thou forsaken me?" And then you go say that Jesus claimed to be the Father, but you not talk about all the various quotes when you talk about the Father in me. When you see me, you see the Father, because the Father is within me. So it's not.
I never discredited. I was trying to. The same thing you're explaining, I explained to you on the cross. The Father is within him, but you want to use it there, but you don't want to use it on the other hand when I'm telling you he is the Father as well. No, what I'm saying to you when he said, "All right, the third." Hold on. Hold on. The same. Hold on. I get it. You believe it's allegory. I believe it's real. Okay. What I'm saying. Hold on. What I'm saying is this is a long conversation. The first time he said, "I'm in the Father, the Father's in me," he replied, "I know, but I want to see the Father." He's pretty much saying what you're saying. You're the Son. I want to see the Father. He said to him, "I'm in the Father, the Father's in me." He keep asking. He says, "No, the Father. I want to know the Father." He said, "I've been with you all this time and you didn't know." It still didn't stop there. He went on to say, "Let me touch." Thomas said, "Let me touch the wound. Then when he realized the wound, he said, my Lord and my God. He's acknowledging, oh, you are the Father, you are God. All
Hold on,
that
man.
sequence, you
Hold
can't throw away that sequence.
man. Because you still go back to Thomas.
Yeah, because it's the same conversation, Imo.
Well, on, brother, man. So what? The people them who over India will look on the cow as them God and whatever. What? But that makes it so. Yes or no? Just a yes or no.
You're very crafty. But
No,
what I'm saying is this,
you,
right?
well, no, the millions of people who look at the cow as a deity, does that make it so?
No.
All right, cool. So guess I go on now. That's why I say leave Thomas out right, because
No,
Thomas,
you cannot leave Tom because they listen, Imo. They're asking a question. They want to see the Father.
Uzziah, you have to practice the decorum part.
You always use this reverse psychology, man. Come on, we're just reasoning. We're reasoning, brother.
Yeah, but you alone can't talk, so man. Just hold on, man. Because remember a different perspective. So hear my side of the perspective. Me say, right? You have said as Jesus said, I and the Father are one. And when you see me, you see the Father. All right. So was he saying that he was God literally there? Yes or no?
Imhotep, he's God in the flesh, Imhotep.
All right. So hold on. So the disciples saw God, right?
When they got the revelation, this is the first time they ever called him that.
Well on, man. The Romans saw God, right? Yes or no?
Not the Romans. We're talking about Thomas.
Well on, me talk about the Romans and who they go on with the crucifixion. They saw God, right?
No, they saw a regular man that they crucified.
No, well on, man. Oh, you pick and choose when a God and when a regular man. It can't work. So you are saying
I'm saying in their eyes, they don't know no better. It's just a regular man to them.
Yeah, but that's fine. We're not talking about what them think, right? We are talking about where the disciples them claim or where them believe, right? Not where the Romans them, the pagans them, so to speak, did that deal with. According to the disciples them, and where you are say, Jesus was affirming that he was God, and him say, when you see me, you see the Father, and that is in reference to God. So therefore, you're saying that the disciples saw God, right? Yeah, man. Respect Daddy. Respect said 333. Thanks for the 9 months. Daddy not easy no. Big up self-made. Man, as I respect me general. 1 second what on outside, man? When I ask you a while ago, look like you did mute or you in and out. Respect the self-made for the super chat, you know. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Something at the offering plate. Respect me general, you know. Him say low and confusion, you know, self-made. And respecting a self-made. Big up the ones them last week Sunday who actually hold the fort as well. You know, they'd have to go up on the road and thing. And me say, here go, I make the stream go and run while me go and monitor it and my phone still and them something there still. But big up to the ones and ones them who hold the fort and engage in the reason for about 2 hours, so you know. Yeah, about 2 hours. Or about about 2 hours. So the ones them hold the fort for. So big up on yourself, man. Big up invest all the ones and ones them who did there. All right. So big up to also I go shout out something there. Yeah, you made a great point as well. Let me look for it. 1 second, Uzziah. 1 second. Quick and fast. When Jesus speaks, Optimus Prime said, when Jesus speaks, he speaks on behalf of the Father. We don't get it. That's the problem, you know. If you're speaking on behalf of someone, you are not the Father, as Mari would say. If I speak on behalf of you, I am not you. So you are even proving my point there in making that statement. But let's get back to King Uzziah now, when he was saying that Jesus was God in the flesh and he was the Father. So he's saying that everybody that saw Jesus saw God. That's what you're arguing, right?
And if you go even back to the prophecy, Emmanuel, God is with us. He's God with us. So the people knew that the Messiah would come is God. So not only did they call him God with us, he also is called the mighty God in the same prophecy. So
but the thing is, was there a biblical prophet called Emmanuel?
No, that was just the name given.
So hold on, you're saying that there wasn't a hold on, you're saying there wasn't an Emmanuel in the Bible?
Not that I know of, no.
All right, cool. So all right, so that's a title though. You know that, right?
Yeah, it was a title given to him, yeah.
Right, so that's a title, which means with us God. So that's not a name.
Right, that's why I agree with you. Yeah, yeah.
Just like our Christ a title, which means
Yeah.
quote unquote the the anointed one or whatever.
The anointed one, our savior, yeah.
Right. It's a title that is bestowed on other people, not only Jesus.
Right. I could agree with that. Yeah.
Cool. So it's not unique and exclusive to Jesus. So now you're saying that these people saw God, yet still the Bible said no man has seen God at any time.
Yeah, see, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Scripture taken out of context is a dangerous thing, brother.
All right, so more you correct me there.
All right, you see, when he's talking about God, he's talking about God in his full glory, the spiritual God, the God of the brightness, not the human. You see, when we take these scriptures out of context, we're gonna throw people off, and that's the problem. I think what's going on now is a lot of throwing people off. The Bible is simple, brother. It's simple. You don't have to believe it, but the interpretations are simple, brother. It don't have to be this technical. Just say King Uzziah. I understand, but we don't believe that. I respect that.
No.
But when you try to create these little pockets of weird belief systems, is weird.
Well, man, you said, listen me. You said God came on earth in the flesh. God died on the cross. God make some Roman. Well, man. As a matter of fact, God cried on the cross.
That's
what
fine.
you're arguing. You're
saying I'm not arguing that. I'm saying the human guy did that, the human form of him.
No, you can determine when a human and when a God. Because remember, you are saying, this was God on earth in the flesh, right? So,
yeah, but it's a human. They died. It's a human.
Hold on, man. When him
God can't die. The real God can't die in his fullness.
All right, so you're saying that at the most important time when Jesus go up on the cross, at them time God abandoned him?
No, he's speaking as a human. Imo, you gotta separate, because I think that's what's confusing you. Separate him being the eternal father at that moment. Look at him as a human being named Jesus, a man born of a woman, came on earth. He's suffering at that moment. He's crying out, just like how when Lazarus died, he cried. He's a human.
Lazarus a man. Well, Lazarus.
No, I'm saying he cried. He cried for Lazarus. That's what I'm saying. He cried.
No, man. Well, man, because I'm not crying. Remember these stories. You believe in it. I don't believe in nothing.
That's fine. I accept that.
Not all of these miracles. Man raised man from dead, and nobody right about it. Nobody knows about it. Not them sitting here. Listen to me. This is something where would never be seen before. A man raised a man from the dead.
Let me tell you a secret. You know, say I raised somebody from the dead before?
Bro, well, I know, man, because I had an idea now. You
laugh. Well, you laugh quick.
100% because
yeah, you love that. Sweet, yeah.
Well, I know, man, King Uzziah, man. People, when you hear King Uzziah, Clip Cartel, you hear King Uzziah there on the platform, you claim.
Rockstar, you hear what King Uzziah say? Self-made?
I don't see Rockstar in the chat, man. Well, I know, man. Well, on, man. Clip Cartel, you hear what the man I say, right? This man here claim to be God, and the life.
I didn't say that. I said
then if you say you raise people from the dead.
Yeah, the spirit of God within me. The spirit of God within me did the work.
Well, man, if you say you raise people from the dead, yeah, God alone can do them something. They still. Cyrus the Virus, big up, as the great Friedrich Nietzsche says in his book, God is dead. We have killed him. The day mankind took God out of themselves and started looking toward an outside force, that's the day we have killed him. Sir Friedrich Nietzsche, them are one of the great, as I say, modern day in the context of things. He was like what, 400 years ago, 300 years ago. there and about, you know. So yeah, he was a brilliant mind as well, you know, like a modern day philosopher. But yeah, so here we go now, King Uzziah. You claiming that you have risen someone from the dead. I would love to get some form of autograph from you then. And if you say if you start your own a church and make people start worship you then. Because you tell we say that's your God. Because them
No, I'm
things,
not tell you that.
well, I know, them things that not even the priest, the high priest, right? Not even the Levite or the high priest, them could do such tasks. Right?
A whole heap of man raised dead in the Bible, man.
Well on, man. Well on. Not even the high priest, them and them ones that could do such thing. And as me, I say, you I make that claim. Cavell Van, big up yourself. Him say, Imo, ask him if he's talking about humans. Lol, that he raised from the dead. Yeah, man, the man that say human, man. Man say a human him raised from the dead. Yeah. Well on, King Uzziah, that's what you're saying, right? You have raised a human from the dead, right?
Yeah, there was an accident at our workplace one time, and the person passed away, but we prayed for them and they came back to life.
So well on, you know. Well on. God, this is funny now. So me I ask you now, right? Because the last time me check, you know, is very few people can pronounce somebody as dead. And these people were qualified. That's why all right, if you listen in a Jamaica, you know, people, right? If you listen in a Jamaica, you know, even when the police them dirt the man them panic ground, they said they were taken to the hospital where they were pronounced, or they were pronounced on the scene and things like that. You listen to me? It's not anybody can come and pronounce nobody as dead, you know. So here we go now, King Uzziah. What qualifications you have to pronounce someone as dead and then claim to have resurrected them? And I'm not being I'm not being facetious, you know, or condescending.
No, that's fine. I mean, that's fine.
Claim like
Listen, I'm born for
ask over. I'm
everything.
just want to be clear because it's reason. And I don't want to feel like say I am questioning you know.
No, man, this is normal. This is normal.
I'm not questioning, you know, you per se, but I'm questioning your claims, right? And I'm saying you have said us there was an accident. So who pronounced the person deceased? Because you said the person was deceased. I want to pray over them.
To be fair, I'm not gonna act like we're doctors and people like that. So we didn't get the official report. So I'm gonna be fair. We didn't get an official report that the person is dead. So I'll give you that. But there was no pulse, and he wasn't breathing for a long time. That's what I can tell you. If that, we didn't get an official report. I'm not gonna come up here and tell no story like that. So yeah.
So that's the definition of someone being deceased, Uzziah?
No, like we said, we touched the pulse. There was none, and they weren't breathing for a while.
Right.
But like I said, officially, no, I agree with you. You're not for go down the wall.
No, yeah,
I agree. So there's no.
All right, so then you know better you retract a statement, then, man.
No, I know what happened, but like I said, according to the world standard, there's no medical examiner, so I get it.
Right, so don't come on the platform and tell me. So you're
no. I can tell you whatever I can tell you because God showed me that. I can tell you that. You don't have to believe me. No. Well, that's where we disagree. You don't have to believe me, but you can't tell me what I know. You can't tell me that.
I am not here to believe you.
That's fine.
Before you say make sense.
And then I agree with you that I don't have the literal evidence. So that's fine. I agree with you.
So in other words, chat, he had no proof that the person was
deceased. Right. Okay, good.
And he proclaimed that they were deceased and they pray for them and they rose from the
dead. Right. So I know what happened. I know what happened.
Settings, but hold on. At the end of the day,
no, I didn't have to mention that. It's just true we're talking about it. I didn't have to mention that.
But that's an aspect of self-aggrandizement and nothing.
No, man. Listen, please. You're talking about Jesus, and I'm just showing you that it happened with me in real life.
hold on.
No, but don't try to create your own scenario. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Man. You mean that if you claim say you raise somebody from the dead? Remember you saying that, I have raised someone from the dead before.
Yeah, because the topic, what we're talking about, it's the topic.
Hold on, Uzziah, man. Please, just calm down, man. Because sometimes nothing wrong for retract something. If we make a statement and we realize, so what we say still, really and truly, we can't really prove it, or it's not a
but I did say that. I did say that.
Well, I know. Big up, Jerome Young. You know what I think? Big up yourself. Island Spice. Of course, it is funny. It's very funny, people. DJ Easy, run the show. Big up my general. You know, I like a Sunday reasoning, and we just there pick each other brain, so to speak, and get some perspectives. All right. Tobit. Yeah, you can unmute your mic and let me hear what you have to say there. One G, they are same race dead before.
Yeah, man. Greetings, you know what I mean?
Yeah, big up.
The thing about it, is that examining every single thing from like the historical perspective, right? What we come to realize is that the Jews, right, from the 1st century, even going back to the 9th century AD, right, all have one thing in common, which is never once them actually deny the existence of this historical Jesus, right? But especially in the 1st century, their argument in regards to the resurrection event was that his body was stolen, so they were not saying that he did not exist. Their argument from the 1st to the 9th century was that the body was stolen by his band of supporters or followers. So
all right.
In
all right.
to that.
So, sorry to interject. I give you back the mic.
Yeah.
But did the Jews, quote unquote, recognize as and accept him as a Messiah?
All right. So the answer to that is no. The answer to that is no.
Right.
But remember, the main thing here was that even while denying that he was the Messiah, they still did not deny his historical existence. By actually saying that his body was stolen, actually admit to the fact that he actually died. Also, and his story will tell us it was by Roman, execution. But why I'm really and truly joining the panel is because while going in studies on this thing, it still have my mind, right? Because what really and truly happened, I really don't buy the argument that he did not exist. Yeah, but think that enough scholarly, articles and studies have been made throughout the years.
All right. So so make we hear a couple. Not to cut you. Yeah. Make we hear couple scholarly not articles, but proof and sources presented that would validate a historical Jesus.
All right. So while doing my readings, right, would actually encounter certain historians, right? Yes, you'd actually have the famous Bart Ehrman, right? But I don't really want to touch on him specifically. But he's like a forerunner, like he's the most popular one. But what we actually get to realize is that majority of the historians, widely respected around the world, they actually all agree that he existed historically during the 1st century, but the debate is whether he was this self-acclaimed Messiah, right?
No, but the thing about people like a Bart Ehrman, right? And I mean, he delves into a lot of Christian apologia, and he speaks from that position, right? But if we're gonna argue that from a scholarly perspective, then we have to look at what are the attestations, right? What primary source is there, right? Who were the contemporaries of the time that can also validate that it was so, right? And
Okay, yeah, actually,
now the
yeah.
nearest it gets is the Flavius Josephus, right? Even Dr. Bart Ehrman, his nearest source is going to be Flavius Josephus, even though he will use Justin Martyr and all those other Christian apologists, whatever, right? The nearest one is Flavius Josephus, which was 90 AD, as them would say, which was actually quote unquote 90 years after the supposedly death. The notion that body was stolen, I don't agree with that, because the Bible does not present that notion, nor does that's a solid argument, because remember them say the people them witness, the disciples them witness him rising from the dead and walking among them. People witness him ascending and all those things. So you can't say something was stolen.
The Bible did allude to it, Emma, but
No,
just a
hold
good
on, no, hold on, man. The Bible spoke about him being in the tomb at the earth for 3 days and 3 nights. The same way how the sun in the bowels of the earth on December 21st. We understand them concept, but that's fine. Leave that alone. All I'm saying is that the people, right, the Gospels of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, they spoke about the quote-unquote resurrection, who saw the resurrection, who was with him after the resurrection, and who witnessed the ascension to heaven. So as me I say, it's not a valid argument to say, oh, his body was stolen, because the Bible itself tells we say him lift up off of the ground like a spaceship. You get what me I say, and take for himself after. So
now the people have,
man, just hold on, we're there. So the notion of that, I'm gonna throw it out the window. Now the historicity, the nearest it gets is Flavius Josephus. So even Bart Ehrman cannot get past Flavius Josephus. Cannot. Because there is no one, and Flavius Josephus is not even a contemporary of Jesus, in the sense where he was alive when Jesus was around them time. No. And there was nobody writing nothing at all about say, yes, I walk with this man. Nobody who we can say, yeah, man, that man was there when the whole Lazarus thing go on. The Lazarus thing, people believe say it go on. All right, cool. Who wrote about it? A man raised somebody from the dead. A man died on the cross and rose again. I don't know what tell me say that's nobody at all, not even the Romans, them have it in them history. Nobody at all have it in them history. Right?
every culture have it in their history.
Hold on, man.
All right, okay, all right,
Josephus
okay. So
in
you
a
have to make a
90
point,
AD,
right?
they actually make a
point.
reference of a Christ. Josephus never mentioned Jesus, you know. He mentioned the word Christ or Christos.
Right. So, okay. So remember, say the crucifixion occurred around 30 to 33 AD, right? So
But that
him
is
writing in the
speculation.
90s AD. So him writing in the 90s AD, right, would actually be around like 60 odd years after the whole thing. So he would have been alive. You get what I say? When
No. I'm
crucifixion
sorry.
occurred.
I'm sorry, my general. Josephus was 90 AD, right? And guess what go on now? Remember, say AD is the Latin name what? Anno Domini, right? Or first them used to say after death. Them start calculating time after death, or them say the year of our Lord or whatever. The whole Latin concept. So hear me say now. After death is when them start 1 AD and 2 AD and whatever. People, all them numbers that were thrown out there and say, oh, the crucifixion supposedly happened in 33 AD and whatever. No matter what time they put on it, my general, right? They cannot prove it, that it's a factual statement. It's more speculation one. All right, let's just
So
agree
what's
for
your
argument
factual
here.
argument that the date that you actually gave was when Josephus actually wrote that attestation to the Christ?
No, I'm saying that let's just agree that 33 AD, a quote unquote, you know, that go on, right? Even though based on them calculation, it's not. It's after the whole thing done, then start a new cycle and call it AD, right? So Josephus being 90 AD. You get what me I say? Josephus being 90 AD makes no mention of the stories of no man where, and he was one of the quote unquote greatest Jewish historian at the time, right?
No,
90
we can't
AD.
actually
Hold on,
make that argument because okay, the historians will actually would quote from Josephus' work, right? Reading his work, then put two and two together and say, okay, even though he never mentioned the name Jesus, right? There was this person in the first century that, yeah, we have all heard about this story. This man mentioning the Christ, right? During the first century, okay, it must have been this Jesus because in our recorded history, it was the only person that claimed to be this divine person, and a band of followers followed him, right, in the Jewish culture, and then was crucified by the Romans.
No, but that's not in that's not in Roman history. That's not in Jewish history, right? It's not there.
Of course it is, because they
Here,
mention these
where is
things
it?
in the Jewish Talmud.
No, but hold on. No, the Talmud is not a history book, in general. The Talmud is based off of oral traditions, just like the
But
whole
it is
Torah.
still
Just like the whole.
history.
Hold on, no.
It is
Just
still history. They
remember,
are
no.
speaking of historical accounts.
No. That's oral traditions that
Even
cannot.
if it's
Hold
oral
on, general.
tradition, it is still a historical
No, hold
account
on,
of
no.
what
I'm
occurred in the
saying
past, isn't
no.
it?
2,000 years ago. Let's say, for argument's sake, 2,000 years ago, right? The nearest source that every scholar in the world, and if you want to talk about Tacitus way before, Justin Martyr them way before, Bart Ehrman is still alive right now. So he's just around in the 20th century, right? And I am saying to you now, his sources and everybody's sources, the only quote unquote source or primary source or reference, so to speak, that they can go back to and say this is the first one is Josephus. There's nothing before Josephus. And I am saying that if you look at the writings of Josephus and how it was written, that has been proven to be a forgery by scholars as well. Because
No,
the
it was
story,
not. No. It wasn't a forgery. It wasn't a forgery.
Hold on,
It wasn't a forgery.
Hold on, man. Josephus was writing about what was going on at the time in terms of the whole Jews and the Roman, because remember 70 AD was the Maccabean revolt and all those things, right? So he is the one who chronicled the history of the Jews, right? If you look at what he wrote about quote unquote Jesus, has nothing to do with the story he was writing. And that's the reason why. Hold on, that's the reason why. Hold on, general. Hold on.
Can you actually pull up the quote?
Well, I know.
That you actually say would not be the fabricated.
General, we've been, as me not gonna stretch that out, because as me say again, me general, right? Josephus was 90 AD. He was 90 AD, right? Writing about somebody where he never know or have no proof of existing.
But come to make mention of the whole thing about the AD thing after Christ, that you would actually start, you know, after he died and so forth, right? But we do know that it's not really so it actually worked when it came on to the dating system. Because we do have the BC and then to come down to, but you know, say never count 180 or 0 BC, right? Something along those lines. So what happened during 24 AD? What happened during 6 AD? When did they say that the Jewish temple was actually destroyed? I think actually I'm a murky
they said no. Well, I know, general.
I think you're murky the waters.
No, well, no, man. The Maccabean revolt in 70 AD is a historical thing. We know that for a fact. Nobody questions that because the record is there. The historicity is there.
Maccabean revolt, wouldn't that be before Jesus was actually born? Let's just say that he existed, right?
No, the Maccabean revolt was after, not before.
Oh, it would be after, though.
Because it is 70 AD. that's the whole point.
Okay. Maccabean revolt regarding the Caesars
against the Romans, against the Roman rule. Yes, that was 70 AD.
Okay, that's what I mean. Okay, and then and then the Romans actually destroyed their revolt and then destroyed the Jewish temple.
I mean,
All
yeah,
right.
that was 70 AD. That was.
Yes.
I'm saying the
But I'm
Maccabean.
actually saying, right?
Hold on, that's
For
what I mentioned.
example,
The Maccabean revolt. Hold on there. Tobit.
yeah.
That's why I mentioned the Maccabean revolt is 70 AD. But all
Yeah.
I'm saying is that for anyone who's gonna argue and say Jesus was historical, let's get the evidence. Let's get the evidence, and this is a historical conversation. So therefore, there has to be historical accounts. There has to be archaeological accounts. There are, if we even want going to anthropological accounts where a man can say, yeah, man, this man, they say him the Jesus cousin and the great grandfather, great great grandmother, and great great grandson, and whatever. Yeah, at least we can say those people presented themselves and argued that. So all I'm asking is this: if anyone gonna argue about Jesus being historical, let's just show the historical accounts. 1 second, I'm not going to respond. Respect to DJ Easy Music Rider. Him said good discussion soon, fellas. Big up yourself, my general. Respect. Lifestyle topics, big up yourself, thing. Respect to everybody. Just drop a like on the stream, please, and thank you. Militant bro, big up. Carla Messiah, big up yourself. All right, so go ahead and respond, and then I make King Uzziah say a thing after.
All right, yeah. So when it come on to like as you say the Maccabean revolt, so we know say the Romans actually destroyed that, and then in return destroyed the Roman temple. But the thing about it, is that when you actually read, like, for example, the book of Acts, so to speak, we find it weird how not even in the book of Acts they actually mentioned such a pivotal moment in time, such as the destruction of the Jewish temple, almost as if that book was actually written before the Maccabean revolt. Because
but the thing is, the whole New Testament was written in Greece. That was written, remember, right? The New Testament, right, was written in Greece. That's the thing about it. So you expect the Acts of the Apostles, where them say Acts of the Apostles was supposedly written by Paul, right?
No, he never actually write the Acts of the Apostles.
Acts of the Apostles is allegedly written by who?
Them actually say it was, I think is, all right. Them have Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Which one was the doctor?
I'm sorry?
It's Luke. Luke, the physician. Luke.
Yes,
right, but the Acts of the Apostles, King Uzziah. Tobit. King Uzziah, who is credited are alleged to have written Acts of the Apostles?
Well, for the most part, it starts off with Theophilus, which is Luke. So it would seem like it was Luke.
So cool. So that's a Greek name. Everything we are giving me a Greek there, so right. And the New Testament we know is a Greek document, right?
Yeah.
It's a Greek document.
So
I am saying no. Why would you? No,
what are their names in Hebrew? Because, for example, right? Hold
on, we're there. You are saying that it's funny to you that Acts of the Apostles not mention nothing about that, but at the same time, I am just showing you that the whole New Testament was written in Greek, and that's a biblical thing. The Maccabean revolt is an historical thing. So hold on, not because it's not
in the language.
Hold on, my general. Just listen up. What I'm saying is not because the Bible no mention it means it never happened, because remember the Bible is not a historical book. It's not. So you can't compare it like that.
That's your opinion right there.
No, it's not my opinion. No. Nobody. Hold on, no.
I accept your opinion, right? That it's a mythological book.
Tobit, hold on. Yeah. No scholars. You want to go to Bart Ehrman and them ones? They never even argue that it's an historical book. They don't argue, say it's an historical book. In academia, it's not an historical book. It's not recognized as a historical book. Right? That's the truth, brother. You go in a library, you're not going to find it in a history section. No, never. Never until we see the Bible in a history.
Yeah, but that don't make it reality, though.
Hold on, no, King Uzziah, just understand how academia works, bro. If you go in a library, you will never find the Bible in the history section, because nowhere in academia anyone argues that.
Yeah, but who's academia though? Who make them the god over the world? Who make them, you know?
No, but we're talking about common sense and things, but we're not having major and the minor here. All I'm saying is that to all who are arguing say it's a historical book, all me say, when it comes on to the Jesus, are we trying to prove that Jesus was historical? Yeah, man, let us present the sources and the attestations and the contemporaries. Present the sources and not even if you want to use the Bible, you have to also use extra biblical sources. Even in theology school, you are taught and trained that way, that you have to use extra biblical sources as well. So you can't use the Bible to prove that Jesus was historical. That's
Okay,
not a debate
okay, so
anybody can
is,
win.
right? So the thing is, historians literally use the book of Acts, for example, right, to come and derive conclusions just from just reading the book of Acts, because they see the book of Acts as like a historical documentation of what took place, right? An account of the acts of the apostles, so-called. So they would actually read that book, and of course, they would have take out anything that would be in regards to myth and whatever. But the core thing is that they're saying that one of their argument is that it's strange how the Jews, right, even if it's not them like pen it, but they were the ones who were actually, you know, orating the whole thing, and then the persons who are, you know, versed in Greek would actually pen it down. It
No,
didn't
but
make mention of the
Josephus are the only
destruction of the
one.
Jewish temple.
Yeah, but my general, Josephus is the only one that makes mention of a Christ, right? Josephus, and he was a quote unquote woman.
No, man, because
Who
you
else?
mentioned the whole thing about Tacitus and
No,
all
but
those
they
other
are not before Josephus, my
Roman
general.
historians.
No, but they are not before Josephus, though.
All right, but they
The
were
time
from
period is
the first
important.
century. The first century. They
But
were from
they
the first
studied
century.
Josephus' work. You have to
The
understand that
early
too.
second century.
They studied Josephus' work. That's the thing. That's the whole point of the argument. They
Okay.
studied Josephus' work. So Tacitus,
Okay.
them, Justin Martyr, all
Okay.
of them, they studied Josephus' work.
Okay. So the thing is this, right? These persons are top historians in their time, right? These persons go back and forth, even receiving letters from Pontius Pilate, right? Because he was a Roman governor. And we have archaeological proof that he existed because we have the Pilate stone. Because remember, atheists were saying for the longest while, ridiculing Christians, that this man did not exist.
No, but the thing is,
Until in the
hold on there.
1970s, they found the Pilate stone.
Hold on, no. And
In
what
which
does the
it
pilot
was,
stone say?
you know, we pretty much know that you actually saw that piece of evidence.
No, but
It was
yeah, but
an
all right,
inscription. It was an
go
inscription.
on
It
now.
was an inscription, you know, to Pontius Pilate.
All right, but that's fine. But
And saying
that's
that
fine.
he
That's
is
fine.
that he's the Roman governor.
That's fine. Me not argue that. So what I'm saying now, where in history and archaeology, them find anything to say Pilate was the one who presided over the trial of this man named Jesus, and he was crucified and rose from the dead, and them something there. Where all of that there.
Okay, all right. So you actually say everything was actually copied from, you know, Josephus, right? Josephus mentioned anything about Pilate, the Roman governor?
No, the context in which he was writing is important here too.
No,
The
I'm
context in
asking
which
if he
Joseph was
actually
writing about.
mentioned Pontius Pilate as a Roman governor in his writings.
No, but I'm
He
not
had many
arguing that. No,
volumes.
I'm not arguing. No, I'm not disagreeing with you here about Pilate. Me not disagree with you about that. No, I don't disagree with you, in general, because I understand that historically there was someone named, so just like how there was someone historically named Cyrus the Great. But guess what? Them can't prove that none of that story about him instructing Ezra to go back and build the temple after the Babylonian captivity occurred. So I'm saying putting some historical people into a book along with some historical places does not necessarily make the story true. So since we are trying to iron out the truth of the matter, right?
Okay, so you're actually saying that
the first reference.
you're rather evidence instead of proof.
No, but the evidence is the proof.
No, but you know that there are different proof versus evidence.
All right, so make me hear it there.
Evidence can lead to proof. Evidence can lead to proof. But
yeah, but the
even
proof is still the evidence. They are not diametrically opposed.
they are, because you can claim that you have evidence for something, but you know, eventually as time progresses, you find other things which would refute that so-called evidence.
Yeah, but the thing is, in my general,
You're placed it within you.
No, my general,
Your
claiming
things
that you
cannot
have
be
evidence.
proved.
Well, I know. Claiming that you have evidence, just like how King Uzziah claims him have evidence that someone died and he rose them from the dead. That's his claim. That doesn't make it so. So someone claiming to have evidence until it is proven by a scientific methodology, it is not the evidence. So when I say no, evidence is important.
Okay, I understand the word scientific methodology, right?
Yes.
But in all honesty, you know that the scientific methodology cannot answer everything. You do know that.
But make we work with what it can answer.
Mix scientific methodology with like historical
yes, 100%. Well on, general. Well on. Of course, because guess what? When it comes to history, a scientific methodology have to deal with what? Historians who were around those times and who wrote these things, right? You have the archaeologists, them go dig up, right? And then we'll go find whatever inscriptions and things like that. Then we say them find the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Nag Hammadi libraries, etc., etc., right? And them can present an argument. You actually have anthropologists will say, all right, yeah, man, we actually met Jesus' great grandfather or great grandmother or in brother or the family or whatever, and them just document them and them can present it as evidence as well. And also you can look at the whole linguistics as well, the language the people spoke and their culture at the time. All right, case in point, right? Not to be too long-winded, I definitely want King Uzziah say a quick thing too. Case in point, there's a part in the Bible where Jesus was talking to some demons, right? The demons and did possess somebody, right? And the demons them say, put we in the swines them, right? The pig them, not true? Well, I remember, am I wrong or right there, so? Did the demons request from Jesus to put them in the pigs?
Yeah.
Right, and Jesus obeyed the demons and put them in the pigs, and the pig them jump off in a water and drown and whatever. Yes, man, what them say, right? So my point here is this now. My point here is this. That is Jesus obeying the instructions of some quote unquote demons.
No.
What do you mean? What? All right, hold on. King Uzziah.
You mix up things too much, brother.
I wouldn't say granting one's request would be the same as obeying.
It's the same thing, of course. But Toby, if I ask of you to do something for me and you do it, that is you obeying my request. The choice of words, it don't really matter. The same thing it means.
That is them asking, not commanding.
No, but you granting it is you obeying it. All right, but guess what? Now make it work with grant.
No,
so the Jesus,
by the definition of the word, that no.
That's fine. So let's work with grant. Let's work with grant. So Jesus granted the demons or the devils their wish and put them inside the pigs, and the pigs them run off into the river or whatever, and died. Can we agree on that?
Yes, but also add to it that remember those very same demons, they were actually crying out in fear, saying that we know who you are, OMG, like you have come to judge us before our time. Please, we beg of you, just make us go into those so that we won't face a judgment we and take them things that the judgment did come to them right then and there.
Right. So that means
that's being come into place because they're already in a state of submitting.
Right. So that means what? Jesus spared the demons them and the pigs them, not true?
Okay. Now you both know if we're supposed to say who more valuable, you Imhotep or a duck, who has more value?
All right, I'm going to respond to that, and that's not a good comparison to this argument. You
It
get
is,
what I
it
say?
is, it
No,
is
let me
It
tell you
because,
what.
actually, it
because
actually
Well on,
is. It actually is.
no, well on, man. Well on, well on. We're talking about the demons, them, right?
Right.
Well on. The argument is
yeah.
who more valuable, the demons, them, or the pigs? Me not
No, no,
talk-
no. That's not what he's
Hold on,
saying. That's not
hold
what
on,
he's saying.
hold on, no. Well on, brother. All right, there's a me there because me understand say yes, the man did possess and whatever. Me understand that part there. But what me I say is that
Yeah, it's the people
hold on,
versus the pigs.
hold
That's
on,
what it's
man.
about.
Yeah.
Jesus sacrificed the pigs them.
Emo, you're too deep into
Hold
stuff
on,
that
man.
don't make
Hold on,
sense,
no.
brother.
Hold on, no. Hold on, no. It save the demons them, you know.
No, it didn't.
But hold on, hold on. Did the demons die?
The demons. Well, it didn't say, so I'm not going to say yes or no.
Then that's where the problem lies. But just a minute.
No,
Just
but
a
well,
minute.
let's go back to the original point.
All
What
right,
the
cool.
what the
All
guy
right,
said.
hold on, no, Uzziah, just hold on there.
Hmm.
Lone Star, big up yourself, you know. You know, all the people them that's that a like on the stream. If you want to join the panel too, you can feel free to do so. All right, go ahead, King Uzziah, and say what you say.
Right. It just said that they perished in the water, so we don't know. But just go back to what the guy was saying. He was possessed. The spirits were possessed in a human, so he cast them out of the human, and instead you're not going to let them run back into another human, so he put them into the pig, and then they jumped off, and they said that they all
Right,
perished.
right.
So we don't know. We don't know if the spirit perished or well, Anna. We don't know if the spirit perished with this. We just know they all
How
perished.
demons
That's
to
it.
perish, but hold on. How demons for drown? You ever hear a demon drown yet?
No, no,
Uzziah,
no, no, no. We're not saying. No, no. Listen. When God, all right, we're dealing with God, right? If God wanted to kill them right there, He could do that. What I'm not gonna say you're wrong either, and I'm not gonna say He killed them. It just never said it, so I'll leave it at that.
So my question, who, but hold on, did the pigs them where Jesus dirt off for the demons them? Did Jesus own them pigs there?
I don't think He cares about. You're looking at. He
What?
doesn't. He doesn't care about no pigs. Listen.
Hold
What?
on there, hold on there, hold on there, hold
What?
on there. What?
Emma.
Hold on there, man.
Listen,
You
right?
said, so you
Listen.
are saying that Jesus never care about the pigs them, so he care about the demons
No,
them more?
you care about the pig them on this platform. You. What I'm saying to you is this, right? Is it the human or the pigs? It's gonna be the pigs any day. That's just how it goes.
No, but why it have to be between the humans or the pigs though?
Because it can't. But he's not gonna send you back into another human. The human's life is more valuable.
So all right, so you are saying that the only place, remember, you know, they requested that, you know. Remember, you know,
Yeah.
the demons them requested of the
Yeah, because
Lord or Jesus to put them in the pigs, and he obliged. That's how come
because guess what?
Well, I know, was that the only option Jesus had? Because remember, you know,
No,
it's not even well, I know, Uzziah. It's not even Jesus' choice. Listen to me. And the demons them say, here we go and bossy. Yeah, man.
they know what to ask for. They know.
Well, I know, man.
Let me tell you why. Right? The reason why they know they couldn't say, "Oh, put me into another human." That couldn't work. So they started look, and it's also a representation showing that the swine is unclean. Everything is in the Bible is type and shadow. He's showing you that the swine is also unclean, because even in their culture they shouldn't even be raising pigs anyway. That was against the law. Just hold on, but just I'll show you a different side. I didn't want to bring up that side, but that's also a part of it as well. Those are unclean animals, so he put the unclean spirit in the unclean animals. That's just how God look at things. We technicalize everything.
All right, so hold on, man. So hold on, so yeah, say no. Jesus say, all right, cool. They pig them are unclean. So here we go on now. If we spear them demons, I'm gonna just dash dirt them unclean. So hold on now. Who would be more unclean? The demons them or the pigs?
They're both. It's just a representation. They're both.
All right, so you are trying to justify now. You are trying to justify, as a matter of fact, you know, you're right. Based on where the story going, you know, I know Jesus picked them, you know, a people picked them. Not true.
Yeah.
Right.
Some of the guys, but they were from the same countrymen, so they shouldn't have pigs anyway. But go ahead.
Well, on the man. So Jesus make, or if you even want to say God in the flesh, because that you argue as God in the flesh, make some demons request we go in a smaddy pigs them, so Jesus can dirt them off. I don't know, Jesus own the pigs them, and the Bible.
Emma.
But when
Okay, so
Everything is
remember
for
the
our
thing is this,
learning.
right? Okay,
no, it
Everything is
has
for
to
our
make
learning.
no,
let's
it has
just
to
say
make
that Jesus
sense
is
to
God,
bro.
right? Let's just say that Jesus is God, just from the biblical perspective, right? That he was trying to portray to them. Remember, it goes back to where Moses received the Ten Commandments, written by
Is that me or Tobit? Which one? Is it me, Uzziah, or is it my signal or Tobit? Which one? Who is out?
You may not hear him. But
Okay,
Imo,
I don't
I
hear him.
had something. I had something more important than that. But remember when you and
Go
him
ahead
was talking?
quickly. Go ahead quickly until
Yeah.
he come back in.
Okay. So you and Toby was talking about the resurrection and the stoling of the body. It's actually in the Bible. It's at St. Matthew 28 from 11 to 15, and I read it. Now, when they were going before, some of the watch came into the city and showed unto the chief priests all the things that were done. And when they were assembled with the elders and had taken counsel, they gave large money unto the soldiers, saying, Say he, his disciples came by night and stole him away while he slept. And if they come to the governor's ears, we will persuade him and secure you. So they took the money and did as they were taught. And this saying is commonly reported among the Jews until this day.
Yeah,
So it's recorded in the Bible as well.
but commonly reported and widely believed, and all those things don't make it a factual thing.
No, I'm just saying you said it wasn't in the Bible, but I'm just giving you it's in the Bible.
Well, no. Yeah, we're talking about the Bible where we said as he rose from the dead, was met by some disciples and things like that. People see him and Mary Magdalene and Mary and others and all kind of sitting. That's what the Bible said. And the people them see him take up to the sky, right? Just like a jet or a rocket, and gone. So the argument that this was stolen and that was stolen from a biblical perspective, I'm just saying that's not a valid one. Tobit, we lost you. You can check back if you can, because you were giving some different perspective, and that's fine as well too. Kavel Van, listen me. Based on where Uzziah say, you in a sin because you are eat pig or pork or whatever. But the reality of the thing is that I know the Christians who did eat pork. Christians eat pork, Christians eat pork. Well, I'm right, Uzziah, King Uzziah. Christians
Yeah, man. Some of them eat pork, man.
Right. So all right, that's fine. So I'm just saying
But
no.
that's not me, but yeah, but some of them do.
No, that's fine. That's seven bread, that's seven different mind. But I'm just saying no. So that Bible verse, no, God in the flesh obeyed or granted the wish of the demons and killer of the people and pigs. And you have said us at the time to, yeah, man, the swines were born in sin and shaped in iniquity. So it's justifiable. All right, cool. But the demons, them still, really and truly, the demons can't join like that according to the Bible. You get what me I say? Yeah, can't. Then can't join like that. So what me I say is that no, if you look at the whole story itself still, Jesus really are, no, God on earth obeyed or granted the wishes and requests of demons.
You can twist it any way you want to twist it, but that's not the reality.
Respectfully, well, on the chat, am I twisting it? According to what the
them not gonna tell you because them love the entertainment. Them love the entertainment.
Right. 2 hours on the panel, I see 81 in the chat. Right. So make we also ask them to, man, because when me I say it's not law or gospel, all right. So in the day of just say anything me say the church must say amen. No, even though a Sunday service settings, yeah, different perspectives. Same way. So I'm asking, people in the chat, because even Optimus Prime say yes, did the God on earth, according to King Uzziah, granted the requests of the demons? People type in the chat yes or no. Or even one argue and say, did Jesus grant the wish of the demons? Big up yourself, my at root. Yeah, man, respect every time. Julius Diamond, big up yourself, my general. I want to see in the chat. 1 second there, Uzziah. Let me just see where the no, Optimus Prime. You know me already, Me not lean for my own truth, because I know so truth work. You get what I said? To know truth, one must live it. It's direct experience. That's how the truth go. All right, me see some yes in the chat. All right, Dean Appleby, yeah man, big up yourself. You know the thing go. I'm just saying, people, didn't Jesus or God in the flesh granting the wish or the request of demons? Colin Burton, big up yourself. Me not try twist nothing King Uzziah. We're just looking at the whole logics of the thing. Thank you, Island Spice.
And I told you the purpose of it, but you're not going to listen to that.
Well, the purpose, so well, you are saying now, in order for God kill the pig them. All right, him save the man, according to the story, right? And him couldn't even say, no, leave the pig them because the pig them innocent, right? The pig are not trouble in the body. A smarty pig them, a smarty are rearing pig them, a grow them for a reason, right? Even if the person might be a Gentile and he might eat him pork, a smarty pig them, belong to no Jesus. Jesus now have no authority to kill off the man pig them. That's
it doesn't work like that.
Yes, it go on now. Me know say it doesn't work like that because I saw it for work. No, I saw it for
right. In Imhotep world, it's fine. It works that way. In God's world, anything that's unclean is an abomination. It doesn't.
Hold on. Remember saying, them say, yeah, people who were Jews and Gentiles. So here go on now. To you, Uzziah, yeah, you might eat pork then, but you might not eat pork now, or bacon, or whatever you want to call it, right? But that no means because you not deal with it, other people don't. So them say what is joke to you is dead to me, right? Where you see as evil, and next man might see it as something okay. So yes, a man who convert to Islam, him not eat pork, but you have man who eat pork. And people love pork and bacon and this. Looking at
but you're fighting a simplicity argument. You're fighting for like a local set of people. We're talking about biblical scholarship. We're not talking about local people.
All right, cool. King Dan, yeah, you have to give permission to your microphone and your camera so I can add you to the stage. All right, it's not allowing me to add it to the stage now. All I'm saying is no. All right. The God on earth, according to you, granted the request of some demons, and him just all right, the whole out to go under the water, right? No, so it go. Right, King Uzziah?
That's not how it goes. God was showing an example that the unclean spirits went into the unclean animals for a bigger storyline that you're never going to see. You're never going to see it just from natural eyes.
Not about unclean spirit, but about demons. So what the Bible said.
Right. He's just showing you that it's similar to a pig. It would be an unclean spirit, a scavenger.
King Uzziah, just hold on. Are you saying that these unclean spirits or demons did not make this request?
Yeah, but why did he allow it? You're saying he allowed it because he just no. I get what you're saying. No, what I'm saying is he allowed it for a bigger purpose.
What's the bigger purpose now?
The purpose is to show that these are unclean animals. These animals not even supposed to be in the region. They were selling them like as you don't sell. That's first of all, that's complete abomination in their coast.
No, but man. But remember saying remember said those pigs were around before the whole demon possession going on with the man. They were around, and that was
but it's not right.
Who for judge and say it's not right because somebody
he's a part of the region. It said that he was.
But hold on, man. You think so because you're a Muslim and you not deal with pork. I'm just saying for argument's sake. You can go over China or go America and go condemn the people and eat them bacon and
they're in a different dispensation, Emo. In those days, one law you have to abide, or you run away, go to another, live with the Canaanites or whatever. But
in this case, that wasn't the case because someone was raising pigs. So clearly, it was something that was
disobeyed. No, it wasn't accepted. That's why God allowed the pigs to die.
Even if you want to go to the Bible never talk about the man raising the pigs committing an act.
He did.
Like that, brother.
No, it said that they use a word, he was a sheep herder or whatever. That means he sells sheep. I mean, he sells pigs. You don't sell pigs in that region. That's why
he's a herder. I want to know if him rear means that him rear them and them sitting there, right? Yeah. So at the end of the day, all right, them dead there. So my argument is the demons requested to go
Right.
in the pit, and Jesus, are according to you, God on earth, granted that request.
You're not going to look at the bigger picture. You're going to stick to your point. And I get it. That's how you reason. You're going to stick to your point. You're not going to look at the other point that goes with it. You're going to stick to just the first part. Yes, but it's for a bigger purpose. That's why he allowed it. It's to show for the unclean spirits going into the unclean animal, and they perished. Eventually, that's what's going to happen to the world. Unclean spirits going to go into the unclean animals, and they're all going to perish. It's just a symbology, a typology. You're looking at it too simple.
Remember them say world without end. Dan King, you have to give permission to your microphone. Here, me can't add you. It said device is not connected. So connect your microphone and your camera, and then me can make you know when me can add it to the stage. So just look down below, man. You will see the camera and the microphone. Touch on the microphone, man. You will see it in red. Just touch on the microphone. And you just unmute it. Unmute your microphone, and then you can add it to the stage, because I saw that show. But yeah, man, in a real life still, the demons were, granted their wish or their request by Jesus. We look at the bigger picture as well, my general. Jesus granted the request of demons, or God on earth granted the request of demons. That's just the reality of things. All right, so for those who are going to argue about the historicity of Jesus, listen to me, no one can go past Josephus, 90 AD. That is where everyone got to. And it's one line speaking about a Christ. And that's proven to be a forgery. And as a matter of fact, they were blaming Eusebius, because Eusebius is the father of ecclesiastical writings and things like that. People,
so everything true except that one line there.
Well, the early Christian church and the early Christian fathers, yes, Eusebius was, as a matter of fact, he was the keynote speaker at the Council of Nicaea, 325 AD. Anyone can check that up. Eusebius. And he was one of the ones who were blamed for forging, quote-unquote, Josephus' works, because he's called the father of ecclesiastic writing. So he was one of the early, quote-unquote, church scholars where do the writing them and them something there. Eusebius, the keynote speaker at the Council of Nicaea, right? So he was the one with them said, is him going with the forgery, with Josephus mentioning the Christ, because it was out of context. And as a matter of fact, Josephus mentioning the Christ cannot be proven that he was talking about Jesus, right? And Christ was not a name, but a title. And you had Joshua was a Christ, Moses was a Christ, and the quote-unquote Messiah. Moses, Joshua, they were Messiahs and Christ. Cyrus the Great.
I don't know about that one, but
what do you mean? Hold on. Moses was considered a Messiah.
No.
In the hold on, man. The Messiah that's anyone that liberate the people, quote unquote, God's people, from subjugation and tyranny and slavery, whatever it is considered a Messiah. That's why Cyrus is a Persian.
Not biblically, but maybe worldwide. Worldwide, maybe.
Uzziah, biblically, Cyrus, who is a historical person, I'm showing me now, that's fine. Cyrus was a Persian. His god was Ahura Mazda. He practiced Zoroastrianism. Hold on, just walk with me. He practiced Zoroastrianism, right? And guess what? According to the Jewish tradition, he is a Messiah. He is a Messiah.
Well, the Bible I read don't have that.
No, so the Bible you read that's fine. That don't mean say it wasn't there originally. 1 million new translations are going now. New World Translation, the New International Standardized Version, and then
none of them have Cyrus as no Christ. None of them have Cyrus as no Christ.
Cyrus is a Messiah. Messiah. If you don't want the Christ, which means anointed one, that's fine. Messiah. Cyrus was a Messiah.
Well,
And he was a Persian. Right? So he was a
when
Persian.
when it's a biblically though, that's what gets me. I understand what you're saying.
But Cyrus worshipped a hero, Mazda. Cyrus worshipped quote unquote pagan gods. And he is a Messiah.
To who though?
To the Jewish people, or quote unquote God's people.
Well, I don't know about that one.
What you mean? No, you're not gonna know about that one there. But if me remind you, say, him instruct Ezra figure build back the temple, you would remember that.
Yeah, because that's in the Bible.
Yes, then Cyrus did that. What you mean you don't remember that? So you don't remember Cyrus?
No, I'm saying there's no record of them calling him no Messiah. That's what I'm saying.
But he was the one who freed them from the Babylonian.
There's only one Messiah.
No, Joshua is considered a Messiah as well.
Joshua was not considered a Messiah.
Moses, not Messiah. Yeah, Cyrus the Great was a Messiah. Yes. Hold on, man. We don't understand, and that's why it's good to look outside the Bible and understand the tradition.
No, we read all of those Jewish books. He's not a Messiah there.
You don't.
Yeah, we do. We do.
But if you read that, you always know that they were always looking for a Messiah. And that was
right. What you could say is they would think every time somebody come on the scene, they would think that they're the Messiah. I could agree with that.
No,
I could agree with that.
A Messiah is anyone that liberates them.
No.
Brother man. Anyone that liberates them. Anyone that frees them from captivity.
They're looking for one Messiah.
That's all it meant.
They're looking for one?
No, they can't look for no one Messiah, and in the Jewish tradition, them not recognize Jesus as no Messiah, bro.
Yeah, because he didn't come the way they wanted him to come. How much time we have to go over that?
But hold on, but as me say again now, if him a man dip him in the water and say him save, the people they must wonder who this.
And that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, but the rest of the world who understand.
No, but the thing is, big up yourself in a Lone Star. The thing is this now. If you come from nowhere, remember, the people them are deal with the Mosaic law. Mosaic law run things. And if a man come from nowhere now and just dip one man in the water and say, him get the power from God to save a man by dipping him in the water, then the people them must say, wait, where is this from when we have never seen this before? Thank you very much, Donna Thompson. They did not recognize Jesus as no Messiah or nothing like that. And
I said that. There's nothing new that I said. I said it. We have to about thank you, Donna Thompson. I just said it.
Hold on now, Uzziah. All I'm saying is that a Messiah is the one who come liberate the people them, right? Or save the people them. So may I ask you now, which people Jesus liberate and save and them something and take them out of bondage or captivity? Which people?
He did it, but in a different way. That's what I'm saying. You're so focused.
No, the concept of Messiah.
You misunderstand the whole concept of Jesus. It's like talking to people that just don't want to get it.
No,
it's like
the concept of a Messiah, right?
He came to save you from your sin, not just for your natural life, your sins.
Hold on. Joshua was considered a Messiah because he is the one who led, quote unquote, God's children or the children.
He was not no Messiah.
Hold on, brother man. Joshua led the children of Israel into the promised land. That's why he was called a Messiah. Joshua was a Messiah. Cyrus the Great. All right, Cyrus the Great. You don't want to argue about Joshua? Cyrus the Great. I
agree to disagree though.
Hold on, no. Cyrus the Great, a Persian who worship a pagan deity, is called a Messiah according to the traditions of the children of Israel, or quote unquote God's chosen people. So a pagan who is Cyrus the Great, right?
People, that's not in our Bibles. That's an Imhotep Bible.
No, man. Not because in your Bible that means it not true. So I don't know which Bible you have. You have to give permission to your microphone, Dan King. It's not allowing me to give permission to your microphone and your camera, right? Yeah, so you just unmute your microphone and open your camera. Maybe that will work, and then we can tell us, cut the camera and check in. All right. So when me I say now is that King Uzziah, Cyrus is a Messiah. Don't tell me say, oh, it's not in my Bible. So guess I go on now. So the whole day we are reason we are gonna say it's not in my Bible. It's not in my Bible. No, we
No,
can't
but
do that.
yeah, say no. The way I say it, like it's there, but me not say that.
Which Bible are you talking about now?
Any one of them, 1611, New
Sorry.
King James,
No, I'm sorry.
whichever one you pick.
Hold on now. You say it's not in your Bible. So may I ask you, which Bible is your Bible?
And I was naming a few. I said the 1611, the KJV.
No, man.
Mm.
Hold on, man. Just listen, man, to understand, brother.
That's fine.
You say it's not in my Bible. You never say my Bibles. You say
Oh,
Bible. So what on, brother?
You're a major. You have a high degree in simplicity, brother.
No, but what on, man? May I ask you? Because enough Bible out there. You have the King James Bible. You have the New International Version Bible. You have the American Standardized Version Bible. You have the Good News Bible. You have 1 million Bibles out there. So may I ask you straight up, which one of the Bible are your one? Which one you use? Which version?
And I use a couple versions, so I gave you a couple of them.
All right. So you use the what? Well, let me hear the couple of versions where you use that.
I use the 1611 and I use the regular King James.
All right. So those are the two. All right. So the regular King James. What do you mean by the regular King James, though? I don't understand that word there. The regular King James. What that mean?
The 1611 is different, and it has the Apocrypha in it, and it's different wording. The way they word it, it's not as the newer version that came along years later. But it's
okay. I get you. All right. So at the King James version you work with, I say the truth of the Lord is in it, right?
Amen, my brother.
All right, cool. So hold on. So you don't have no problem with hold on there. What does hold on now? Based on Leviticus 20 verse 13, right? You are work with that in the Bible or no?
Just read it from it since you have it. Go ahead.
No, the Leviticus 20 verse 13 say any man that lie with a man that he lied with a woman forget dirt. So may I ask you if you endorse that in the Bible?
Not when Jesus came on the scene. No, you can repent.
Well on, man. So hold on, man. We are working with the Bible. Jesus not
yeah,
changed.
in Jesus' days, no.
Hold on, man. Jesus never changed nothing in fulfill.
Yeah,
so
he did. He did.
Hold on, no.
He did.
But remember, you just say a fulfilling never changed.
I tried to explain it to you that you don't get dirt no more because he's came with grace, but you're not listening to me.
No, but hold on. So that means him change it then.
Yeah, certain little aspects of it is upgraded or amended or whatever you want to call it.
Good. So you are saying change it, but he said he come not to change it.
Right, because he fulfilled. No, that's what I'm saying. You're majoring in. This is why the Bible will never make sense to you guys. You always conflict stuff. When he said he's not going to change anything, meaning he's following the same traditions, but he's also God. Hold on. He's also God. He's coming to make a better pathway.
Stop that, no man. Remember, we done iron that already.
That's fine. He's coming to make a better pathway. The woman that was caught in the act of adultery, what he said, any man stone her, then he said, any man without sin, they had to drop their stone because they're sinners too. So God is showing you mercy is there now. That's it.
Hold on. Make we stay at the essence of the argument. So, all right. So, you are saying that Leviticus 20 verse 13, we say, the shaky man, they must get dirt and whatever. You say you're not work with that part of the Bible anymore.
No, because that was the Old Testament in Moses' days. That was true at that time.
Okay, all right, cool. So nothing wrong with King James being shaky.
I wouldn't say nothing wrong. He might have to repent for him sin. Whatever him do.
But so did King James repent?
I don't know his lifestyle. I don't know when he died.
Then you know him book. Well, I know. Then you know him book and you have him book, right? You have
no, it's not his book. He's just the king at the time. He's just the king at the time that ordered the version, and it was clarified to his name. It's like if Trump do a Bible now, it's gonna be called the Trump version. It is what it is.
But remember, they tried to do a Trump Bible one time too, but anyway, that's neither here nor there.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
He's the one who commissioned, right? the quote unquote, what is it, 47 scholars or whatever, sitting like that, right? To formulate the Bible. I remember say, man the east are right where them are right, man the west are right where them are right. It's not like say the all them bungle up in a one room on a daily basis and are right where them are right. No. Everybody that all over the place are right where them are right. But King James, I him commission it. Cool. And King James did shaky. Right? So you are telling me, say, no, God choose a shaky man to give us his word. And that you say, right?
No, he didn't choose anybody. He was just the king at the time. And it happened to be in his lifetime. And it worked out that it was in his...
But based on Leviticus, right? And as me saying, you have to understand, say, you might pick and choose what in the Bible.
Yeah, but based on Leviticus, it still wouldn't apply to King James because Jesus said, have mercy now. So I don't understand what you say.
No, well, no. What me I say is that the Bible are one book, right? Well, no, it's a compilation of books in it. You have the books Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Joshua, Ruth, First and Second Samuel's, and the whole work. Ezra, Nehemiah, Job, Psalms, Proverbs, name it. There are books within our quote unquote book. It's a compilation. Cool. So what me I say now is that King James now is the version where you are work with. King James version is a version where most of the Western world work with. All these various other translations come from the King James. We are talking about all the Protestant religions, them, whether Church of God, Church of Christ, Jehovah's Witness, you name it. Mormons, them, a King James, them thing I come from first. So I say, all of these, other versions, right, are primarily sourced from the King James version, who that G that did shaky bad. So what I say now is that you tell me say that there's nobody else on earth where your God couldn't choose and say, here we go on. It's according to Leviticus 20 verse 13, because you have people who accept the instructions of God and it can't change. That's why you have different denominations in them, because everybody want to make up their own story. But if you are the original story, Leviticus, remember say that's a part of the Torah, the laws, right? According to that, King James, based on the logic there, God shouldn't really bypass King James still. You get what I say?
No, because Jesus came on the scene.
No, me not about 16.
Jesus came before 1611. We had to have
I know
Jesus came on the scene and he told mankind that if you have a fault or you sin, you can repent. It's simple as that.
We're talking about coming on the scene and you still can't prove it. You can't prove that. We ask for evidence, brother. If you're going to argue historical thing, we want evidence, man. We want evidence.
There's whole for evidence all over. You're just not searching deep enough.
No, well, I know, man. Well, I know. All me ask for is that when you go say Jesus come on the scene and he was here and this and that, yeah, man, make we see the evidence of it, because my point is this: 2,000 years ago is just the other day. There are people who are documented historically where they are 4,000 or 5,000 years ago and beyond, even millions of years ago. Them document that and can prove that, right? So 2,000 years ago, not so bad, man, because here we go on. You have whole heap of history way before that is accessible and can be validated and proven up until now. So all me I say is that show we the evidence. You get what me I say? Make we see the evidence of because remember, so somebody walking on water and healing the sick and touch man and him leprosy gone and raised man from a dead named Lazarus and then sitting there.
You not even know your great grandmother right now. No, you don't know your great grandmother.
Yeah, man. Me know my great grandmother still. Well, I know, man. Me know her, but guess what? You don't know her. Somebody know her. Who was in her right. Know her. So
but she is. She exists, but you can't pinpoint where she's from, where she go, where she is.
Me never exist when Marcus Garvey was around, but me know say he existed. Because
I'm talking about before the modern era of pictures and stuff like that.
Marcus Garvey is over 100 years ago. So even you going to my great grandmother.
It's just it's a soft question just to show you You don't even know that close.
No, but all I'm
But
saying is there are people within my great grandmother time who were around and can
you
and
don't know none of them though.
no, what do you mean? Well, I know. Let's not major the minor with this, brother. All me I say now is this. Jesus feed the multitude. How much? Well, multitude them say with what? 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish or whatever, something like that. Walk on water, make a dead man raise up on them sitting there. One was crucified and tried, and them say, give we Barabbas one big alabalu one, give us Barabbas and take him, and them sitting there, crucified on the cross, rose from the dead, ascended up to heaven and everything like that. All them sitting there, miraculous things. Them something, a world, what them supposed to, hold on. I think them say we have what? 7 wonders of the world, and them add one next one as 8 wonder and 9th wonder, whatever. All of them sitting there, right? The wedding of Cana supposed to be probably the first wonder of the world. Him raising Lazarus from the dead, one next wonder of the world. Ascending to heaven, one next wonder of the world. The stone roll away, one next wonder. Walking upon water, one next wonder. Feeding the multitude with 2 fish and 5 loaves of bread. So a poor Shanta worldwide wonders supposed to go on this. And you are telling me, said that nobody historically wrote about it, but you are telling me, you are trying to convince me, say, yes, there was a man.
They did wrote about it, but it's in cultural books. People that believe in God, all the cultures of the world believe it.
No.
All right.
Let me not say all. Sorry, not all. A lot.
All right. So
sorry.
King Kazaya, all right.
Sorry for that. Yeah, got you.
Just hold on for your part there. Please, let's get the likes to 100 now. We need 17 more likes to 100. Enough people there don't like the stream yet. A lot of people there don't leave a like yet. The little Sunday reasoning. Yeah, man. At least you can reciprocate the energy. We there present some topics and some content. Just leave a like on the stream, please and thank you. You know the thing go. All right. So make the person named Amun Seti say a thing, and then we can make Tobit say a thing after, and we're gonna circulate it. So yeah, you can go ahead.
I don't believe any of it. I believe there's an origin to it, but the origin, we as ancestors of the original people have not been critically thinkers and seekers of truth. If you take the story of from the beginning of Genesis all the way down to the sons of Isaac, from Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, we don't understand that if you take ancient Kemet, which they call Egypt, or Egyptos by the Greeks, if you take ancient Kemet out of the equation, you have no story for resurrection or for a Christ. Just remove the pyramids, remove all the ancient pharaohs from Khufu, Khafra, Seti I, Rahotep, Amenhotep, the first, second, and the third, Akhenaten, Tutankhamun. You have no Christ. They got all the stories out of the ancient temples of the Grand Luxor Temple, and also from the temple of Waset and Abu Simbel. If you take Egypt out of the equation, you have no Christendom, no Christianity, no Catholicism. You have none of those beliefs without Egypt or Kemet being in the equation.
All right. Otep Anuk Ma'at Kelru. All right. Tobit. Yeah, man. Let me hear your perspective, Tobit. I don't know if you might want to push back at what Amun Seti is saying. It's a dialogue, but also it's about healthy debates as well and conversation. So we're not here to agree on everything, but we can hear each other's perspective, and nothing is wrong with pushing back, so to speak, intellectually. So your mic is muted, Toby. I don't know if you want to say a thing. You can go ahead.
Okay, all right. So, So when it comes down to the whole thing in regards to Egypt and all that and the borrowing and this, when I reached there, so in my studies, so for me, if I actually make a argument to push back against that, yeah, it wouldn't be wise on my part because I'm not in studies in regards to that as yet. So somebody else who is more versed in that, space can actually speak on that.
Right.
I don't know if the other guy, who is a Christian, if he want to say something in regards to that.
All right, cool. That is fair enough, though, and nothing wrong with being fair with that. All right, King Uzziah, you have to call back in, I think he might have gotten kicked off or something. Call back in King Uzziah because see Amun Seti assure you from a quote unquote Medu nature angle or with the whole ancient Kemet settings. And I think a lot of people, when it comes down to these type of conversations and just studies in general, he mentioned a word at the beginning of his conversation, and it's very important in everything we do. He said the original, from a linguistics perspective, we can say etymology, right? The etymology of concepts, the etymology of certain cultural practices from a religious perspective. He is showing us here we go on. I don't know Egypt or ancient Kemet. Yeah, man, I write this so it forward from. So even a lot of the stories. All right, first thing first, the whole man being made from the dust of the ground out of clay on the potter's wheel. Where that come from? Kunum in ancient Kemet. Right? It's there, people. It's documented. That is chiseled in stone. All right. So King Uzziah is back. Hold on, King Uzziah. Thank you for checking back in because I want to respond to Amen Seti. There are a lot of things that he said where is valid because of something where we say a lot of times as well too, in terms of the concepts and their origin. We now say who are use it now and who are applying their meanings and concepts to it. We're talking about the origin. Just like how we can say the first crucified savior, is an quote in Egyptian mythology is Asar or Osiris as they were called, or Wusir. Yeah, the first quote unquote resurrection. Because remember the people, resurrection was always about new life and rebirth and them something there, right? And now is the time of resurrection in a springtime, as they call it. And some call it Lent as well. But at the end of the day, going back to the origin of things is very, very important in these conversations. So let me just allow Black Mill to say a thing, and then King Uzziah, I want you to respond to what Amun Seti said as well. So just like up the line.
Yes, brother, said give thanks, Rastafari. I'm enjoying the whole topic, But already when it comes to the origin of things, like I always say, I think everything is started out in the heavens. That's the first stories, that's the stories that nobody cannot go and erase or maybe I could say, I won't say misinterpret, but it's right there. And that's the first language too, coming back to linguistics. You could be standing anywhere in the world, in China, America, wherever you are. And if you know how to read the heavens, and the times, even the resurrection like you're talking about, I've been saying that from last program, is the sun rising above the equator, leaving that abyss, which is the watery world, which is Aquarius and Pisces, all that is fish and a man with a pail of water. So, showing you we live in that, what we call the rainy season and all these things, to the dry season, which is spring, and yeah, that's where we are. It's all about the movements of the sun and the heavens. That's what our ancestors knew, which is astronomy, the first science, yeah, first language, you could say also, first book, you could say also, So if you understand these stories, you'll even decode all these stories from the Kemetic stories to, whatever it is, because it's all about symbolism and allegories of the heavens. Yeah, bless.
Right, yeah, man has a respect. Julius Diamond, boy, my wish. Well, let me say everybody can agree to the same thing. So you have some people who not gonna agree to it based on their level of understanding as well, or level of knowledge. But at the end of the day, even the Bible itself, we can always look at the book and show you say all these things that are being said, right? Is also in that book, let me see if memory serves me right. I think it's Amos chapter 5 verse 8. that says, seeketh him that maketh the 7 stars and Orion. Right? And Orion is the Greek name for what? Quote unquote Osiris, and which is the Egyptian or the Kemetic Asar or Wusir, right? And we will see the 7 stars in Orion's belt and them something. So even the book there itself, you know, I say, seek at him that make it the 7 stars and Orion. Ask any pastor what that mean, then start mumble and go around the conversation because they can't explain those things.
They explain it, but you don't want to hear it.
Well on there. Well on. Because remember the book said, for the Lord thy God is a sun and a shield, right? The son of righteousness shall come with healing in its wings.
In his wings, right?
S-U-N, not S-O-N.
That's fine.
So
That's fine.
astrology and astronomy in there, but as me say, some people don't really understand it like that still. But King Uzziah, yeah, I want to respond to what Amun Seti had said.
What he said, that the Bible is not real.
All right, go ahead and repeat yourself, Amun Seti, so I'm clearly clear. Me no want to be the one for talk for you.
I would say that the Bible has been created in order that those that are not Kemetic, or those that were not the first people to be able to understand astrology, cosmology, and understand the universe. The first people to ever lay eyes on the concept of spirituality and have an understanding of math, of astrology, and the alignment of the stars were those that set at Timeri during 32 BC. So the origin of Christendom or Christianity, or even during the time of the Coptics, Ethiopian Coptics, they got this story from ancient Kemet. If you take ancient Kemet out of the equation, that's the reason why it talks about the Torah, the 5 books of Musa, of Moses. If Moses had never was drifted out of the Nile by Ramses' sister, we would have never had a storyline of a people called the Hebrews or Jews being led out of Egypt. So the key is Egypt. So the story that they got about the resurrection with Osiris and judging of the dead and weighing of the souls came out of ancient Egypt. So if we can believe the Bible in all of its allegory and all of its translations, then truly with the evidence that's left behind by the ancient Egyptians and even their remains are in the ground as a testament that they lived and that they were the builders of one of the greatest wonders of the world, which resides in ancient Kemet, Northeast Africa. So if we can conceptualize allegory that is written, that's translated in a book, didn't even exist, was not even in existence at the time that they called Yeshua, didn't even exist until after the lives of the apostles. When Constantine was the first pope of the Roman Catholic Church, during the 322 and 323 AD, the Nicaea Council convened on the Immaculate Conception in 323 and on the translation on the canon of what would be considered the Holy Biblical or the Bible, or the translation of what was taken and transcribed by the Greeks, by Herodotus, and by the Romans out of ancient Kemet. Herodotus studied in ancient Kemet. Jesus, according to the story of the Bible, was told by an angel, the angel Gabriel, to take Joseph and Mariam into Egypt and take the boy child, Yeshua, and live and stow away amongst the people in ancient Kemet, or Egypt, as they call it. So if there was no Egypt, there was no pyramids, both in Timbuktu and ancient Kemet, and also as far as Ethiopia and Sudan, there will be no Christendom.
All right, so King Uzziah, that's what he's saying. He's saying that all of these concepts that you embrace from
yeah.
Christianity, it's definitely it has its origin in Africa, primarily
Okay.
in Egypt. Yeah.
All right. So some of the stuff he's saying, I understand why he would say it. Let me just clarify this. So you believe that Moses was real?
I
Hello?
believe there's a story about a Moses. I
All
believe
right.
it's all. I believe it's all. I believe that the person Moses is actually Tutmos.
All right.
No. Hold on there. All right. So let's look at it and make things clear, right? Words, names, and their etymological meanings are very important here. Moses, right, is originated in Egypt or Kemet, right? You had Amos, remember, you have Amos, you have Thutmose, and remember what Thutmose did to the quote unquote Hyksos, right? So at the end of the day, Mose, Egyptian, and these names, right? Amos and Thutmose were historical people. These were not no stories being told, right? So I'm just saying the name, and these were like over 3,000 various dynastic period within Egypt. So it predates even this Moses story. So I just want to make it clear, and that's why even the Bible said Moses was learned in all the ways of the Egyptians and was mighty in words and deeds. So because the name itself is an Egyptian name, it's not no quote unquote children of Israel name. I don't want to call that name too much in the algorithm because it's a very funny time right now. A lot is going on with that word. We don't want to use it. A very serious times now. So that name they kind of ring some serious trigger in the algorithm. So let's just try our best to. If we want to say J, that's fine as well too. But I'm just saying Moses was a name that was an Egyptian. And we have Thutmose and we have Amos, we have Kamos and things like that. So the notion that Moses might be originated from a different type of people, no, Moses is an Egyptian name. So go ahead, King Uzziah.
Yeah, so like I said, Moses was born in Egypt, so that's fine. What I'm saying is, okay, so you believe there is a Moses. The problem is this, right? I think when Christianity, the name didn't come about till way after. This is the problem, right? This is the problem we're having. You see, the children, the J people are that Moses was with and his mother and whatever. They grew up in Egypt. There was civilizations there. They still, of course, they were under bondage. They were under the rule of the Egyptians, but they still studied their religion for the same 400 years. That's why when coming out of the Exodus, you saw where it says that there were a mixed multitude coming out of the Exodus.
Oh, you keep on talking about mixed multitude, please.
I'm just going from what the Bible tells me.
Hold on, you're repeating yourself, but remember, say, in no matter how much time you want, say, mixed multitude, it's still the children of Israel. All right,
that's fine. Yeah, but that's
keep it right there. So hold on,
no,
bro.
it doesn't. No, it's just showing that there's different types of people coming out of there.
Hold on, man. According to the story of the children of Israel.
If you don't want me to explain it the way I see it, then it doesn't make sense.
Hold on, bro. Big up yourself, one side. Here we go on. Remember, say, it was quote unquote God's chosen people him lead out of Egypt, brother. Not no pagans, fitting people them who practice the Passover, put the lambs, the blood pan them doorposts and then sitting there. Fitting people do that, and him lead out, and they are called quote unquote the children of Israel. So don't try throwing a mixed multitude conversation and convolute.
Yeah, but what does that have to do with anything? The guy spoke, and now it's my turn to speak.
Right.
Why I can't speak?
All I'm saying is you using mixed multitude is to conflate the argument, and
that's what the Bible said.
Hold on, man. Can we all agree that it was the children of Israel that left?
That's fine. It's fine. Cool. It just shows that Egyptians were there too. That came out of there.
Hold on now. We're talking about who left out during this time, supposedly.
Bro, if I can't answer the question the way I answer it, then it doesn't make sense.
Hold on,
because it doesn't make sense, my brother.
Just hold on. King Isaiah, we're not going to overtalk, you know. You're the only one to overtalk, you know. Just hold on, brother.
The brother's name is King Isaiah. King Isaiah.
No, King Uzziah. King Uzziah.
King Uzziah. Okay, he can go ahead, and I will rebut his statement.
All right. So go ahead, Uzziah. But I just want to make it clear. It's children of Israel that were taken out according to the story. So talking about mixed multitude is not relevant to the conversation.
To you.
Well, I know it's God chosen people that were taken.
Yeah, but it was a mixed multitude. That has to be in
Israel.
it. It's a mixed multitude, meaning different colors, different different people.
Well, on, man.
It's up to you. That's what it says, though.
Just hold on, brother, man. Just stop now, because I don't know why you try if it makes sense right now. Gonna make no sense. Just hold on.
Because you don't want me to say what I want to say. You want me to say what you want me to say.
King Uzziah, just calm down, bro. Just have some decorum. Relax, bro. I'm gonna make you say what you say, and then you know, yeah, Amun can say a thing, and Tobit there as well, he want to say a thing too. So just calm down, brother. What me I say is that the whole story, you are asking man if he believe in a Moses or whatever. But the reality is that there were Egyptians with the name Moses. So what kind of question you ask him there? So if you ask him about the biblical Moses now, just ask him about that. Because when you ask the question that vague, right, then it's not clear. Ask him if he believes in the biblical Moses and hear what him say, and then you know we can definitely go somewhere. But if I ask him if he believes in a Moses, there were many Egyptians named Moses, so he wasn't unique where one man named so.
You just moved the whole goalpost, but whatever.
No, I'm saying ask him. Just ask him if he believes in the biblical Moses and make we reason it out there. So that's fine.
Yeah, but he's talking to a Christian, so he knows what I'm saying.
No, but he's talking about the Egyptians, and you are asking if he believe in a Moses.
He's saying that my religion doesn't exist. So of course I'm coming from a biblical point of view.
Can't deal with this, brother. Is either all right? Just stay on the back chat.
No,
so we can't do this.
No, I didn't say your religion does not exist.
I'm sorry. Hold on, the Amun Seti. He's not listening to understand. He's listening to respond, and then he overtalks when we don't need for overtalk.
Let me give him clarification.
All I'm saying is that all I'm telling him to do is just ask the man if he believe in the biblical Moses, brother. But if you ask the man if he believe in a Moses and Moses exists, he's gonna make you know that the Egyptians, they were Egyptians who are in history, whose name is Kamos, Thutmose, Amos, and you have the first, the second, the third, and them something there. That's just the reality of things, brother. So ask him about the biblical Moses, because if you ask him if Moses did exist, the Egyptians had the name Moses. We understand, say, you have a culture take and say Moshe, because no, even the Hebrew are quote unquote the J tradition, them no can't say no Moses. They say Moshe. Moshe is not a Moses. So if we even talk about the quote unquote children of Israel, them no call him no Moses. And he's just overtalking to deflect for no reason. We're trying to iron things out, and we're trying to reason it out, because you are asking if there was a Moses. What he's saying is that all of these principles and practices where people are hold on in organized religion, he must say them forward from down the side. So make we just try to ask pointed questions where there's no ambiguity in it. It's clear, it's pointed. So at least we know, say, yeah, man. It's not do me thing, me general. We can't do the over talking. All me ask to say is that ask the man your question. Say boy, if he believes that the biblical Moses exists, that's all me ask you to do. And you went on to start over talk and filibuster and them something. All right, make Tobit say a thing, because I don't know if he want to share any perspective, and then you know we circulate the mic.
All right, okay. So I remember the guy mentioning the whole thing about Jesus, right? Going back to Egypt, right? But I just want to hear his argument in regards to that. So is he actually saying that Jesus actually was taught the way of the Egyptians, you know, in regards to learning these magic arts and all those kind of things, or what? You hearing?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. Your mic is muted, you know, Amun Seti. You are the one who's asking the question.
Say again. You said X me. Can you repeat that?
Yes. So
Right, and I don't know if you can talk a little louder still, Tobit.
okay, are you clearer now?
Yes. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was actually asking because they made a mention of Jesus, right? So I'm actually asking, you're actually saying that he went to Egypt to learn the ways of the Egyptians, for example, the magic arts and all those kind of things, so that when he returned back to his homeland, he would actually perform all those things. That's what you're trying to say by using that argument?
No, I don't even agree with that origin. I believe the origin of Christianity, or what people call Judaism, its origin is Kemet. The origin of the whole story, even the story about Zeus or Jesus or Yeshua or Yeshua, the origin, the etymology of the name came out of ancient Kemet using the language system of Mayat in the language of what the ancient Kemetic people spoke at the time that our ancestors, that the people were around. So a person says that I said said that religion doesn't exist. It has. You have it. You have the Bible. You have it. But the question is it anthropologically and is it historiography in chronological order has actual evidence,
Right.
human anthropology and archaeological evidence that those people that they talk about in that book, did they ever exist? We can go back and find the remains of Tutankhamun, Queen T, Ramses, Khafra, Khufu. We cannot find a Abraham. We cannot find a Moses in the very land that they say that these people sprang up from. Where's the evidence?
All right. So big up yourself,
Okay.
Nikki, really. Yeah, man.
Okay,
Respect.
so-
Oh no,
So
hold
for
on,
those,
Tobit. Tobit,
yeah.
hold on. And please, if you can, just speak a little louder so you know we can hear you. I mean, not to hear you too loud. Yeah, you kind of sound a little bit low.
All right.
Big up, Nikki, really. Big up to the people and there. Please just leave a like. King Uzziah, I have no problem with you being on the panel because you're there every Sunday. Me just feel say if me say ask the G a question, you just ask him the question. You don't need to resort to the filibuster. You just ask him the question, so it is a very clear question. Because if you ask him, say, if him believe in a Moses, yeah, that's a vague question. All right, so Tobit, I want you to respond, but I also want to get an understanding. What is your definition of what Christianity is, or the nature of Christianity?
Okay, yeah. So my you hearing clearly, right?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. So my response to the guy was that okay. So you say that the persons in the Bible, right? There's no archaeological evidence of their existence. So what would you say about the high priest Caiaphas, for example, where they actually found his remains, right, in the ossuary? Yeah, leading back to his family and everything. So they actually have his bones and everything like that. Yeah,
Where they
because
found it?
pardon me?
No, I'm asking you where they found it.
In Israel, yeah.
They found it where?
In Israel.
Um,
They can actually
no,
Google search it. Yeah.
yeah, but
Caiaphas
the thing is,
remains found.
no, but the thing is this now. So, all right, so you're saying that that being found validates what?
All right, because his argument was that persons in the Bible, there's no archaeological evidence, any tangible evidence that they actually existed, right? But is he making a broad statement or just in regards to the patriarchs which would be, you know, Abraham, the Joseph, you know, the Jacob, you know, those persons.
The prophets them too, not only the patriarchs, but the prophets them, right? The Ezekiel them. Yeah, man.
Okay.
But remember, say, well, on Ezekiel was taken up in a whirlwind, them say, not true.
Yeah.
Right? Whirlwind and them sitting there, and then now you actually had Elijah, chariot of fire just take off and them something, they're not true. That them say.
Yeah.
All right,
okay,
cool.
so-
Well, I know, and also Elisha as well, and that was witnessed as well. So as me I say still, and so don't you think that those things, those magnificent things, extraordinary things, supernatural things, don't you think that there would be some documentation about that?
Okay, so let's say, for example, me and you, Imhotep, right? We actually in the country, and we actually say, for example, let's just say a mango falling from a tree is considered something, you know, grand, right? Person never see that before. Just for the sake of argument, and me and you see that drop on the ground, and then me and you actually go back to our people, tell them what we actually see, and we even write it down, because at the first time you see something like that. Then, you know, oral tradition passed down, but then you're going to have persons who never see that before saying that, you know, yeah, this cannot be any proof, you know, like this is just hearsay, third hand knowledge, thing passed down. Yeah. So if those persons actually saw those things and they documented that, you know, the argument is left up to speculation. Did it actually happen or not? Like, we know in this contemporary time, we can't really prove that, you know, those persons actually saw those things, which is why I'm actually on my studies to say, okay, if the historical Jesus actually existed, that he died and rose from the dead, then if that is actually evidenced, right, then his writings, sorry, as in persons writing about his sayings of him accrediting the 5 books of the Bible and also the prophets, saying that those are historical accounts, especially Genesis, then, you know, that argument can be made, you know. But to answer the question though, like I personally can't say for a fact that, you know, the whirlwind of fire and all those kind of things take up. Yeah, I can't say that actually happened or not. Yeah.
Right,
Which is
but
why the topic here is, did Jesus rise from the dead? Because if he did, then that would actually answer those questions.
right. But the thing about the argument is, if he did, you get what I'm saying? When based on the nature of the conversation, for those who are speaking from an, you know, apologist perspective, it should be like, yes, he did, and this is the evidence. Especially for those who are saying, yes, he did. You know, present the hardcore evidence, because it's a historical conversation. So at the end of the day, to say that he lives, and we understand that, guess what now? Even the writers of these books, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, nobody knows who wrote them. Nobody. I think, let's say what? I think it's 7 or 8 of Paul's letters are proven to be frauds. At that time, there was a lot of forgery going on as well. If you go back and study the history of the quote-unquote biblical historians within that time, that's the reason why even Eusebius was blamed for the forgery of the line in Josephus' writings, in the antiquity of the Jews, so to speak. Because they were blaming him because a lot of forgeries was going on. But my point is, no real smaddy, no write no book named Matthew, no real smaddy, no write the book named Mark, no real smaddy. I'm talking about somebody named Matthew. Say, oh yes, I'm inspired, so I just write the book of Matthew. And somebody named Mark does say, yes, I'm inspired by God, so I just write the book of Mark. Or Luke or John. Nothing like that. Nobody knows even who these authors are. But one thing I know for sure is that these books were written in Greece. That's why the whole New Testament is in Greek. A lot of it is Greek. That's the whole essence of the argument as well. So we have to look at linguistics and the origin of these languages at the time, the whole Hellenization of those regions, which means that Greek culture should influence the regions that Greece had control after they started to dominate that era. 332 BC, yeah, they want to Hellenize.
How would you actually explain the whole thing about, you know, church fathers, you know?
Yes.
Rising up in the early 2nd century, 3rd century, you know, all those kind of things. Also with Constantine, right? Having to put forth a council, you know, to debate between, you know, did Jesus claim to be God, or was he, you know, not God? You know, all those kind of things. Yeah, how would you actually reason out that? Because this is why I say we can't just say that these things are fables and mythology and all those kind of things, especially if we claim that Constantine was a historical figure, right? With the whole thing about Council of Nicaea and all that. Because he, at the time, wasn't treating this as a myth.
All right, so the thing is this now. You see, there are some misconceptions about the Council of Nicaea, because a lot of people think that the primary issue or the primary matter was quote unquote about say Jesus. Yes, all right, let's agree that it was about Jesus, but guess what, go on now.
It was an Arian debate.
Right, so it was to address Arianism, because there was a bishop from Alexandria, and that's where the Coptics are, right? And that's where the original Christians, the Coptics in Alexandria, that's why the church always came out of Alexandria and went elsewhere. All the churches, even up until now, all the various churches, it was really Constantine that moved it to Constantinople. And I saw the Roman Catholic Church kind of say a Constantinople thing we are dealing with. But the origin of it came out of Alexandria with the Coptics. Because when the Greeks came in 332 BC and took it over, they created the whole Serapis thing with the merging of Apis, right, and Asar. The first resurrected concept. Because the reason why I ask you, what is your understanding of what Christianity is this. The key thing about Christianity is the death and resurrection, the birth, death, and resurrection of Jesus. Everything else, yes, them there are side notes and icing on the cake. But his birth, his death, and his resurrection, that is the quote unquote the Holy Trinity of the whole foundation of Christianity. You're looking at Egypt. You had Osiris, or what they call Asar, his birth, his death, right? Because he was killed by his brother Seth and cut up into what? 15 pieces or 14 pieces, or whatever, 14 pieces, right? So, and guess what? He was resurrected. So the birth, death, and resurrected never start with a Jesus story. The birth, death, and resurrected started with Asar or Osiris, and that's Egyptian mythology. That's why Coptic Christianity, the church, when it comes on to the Arian controversy, Arian was saying, how are you going to tell people that Jesus is God and God died on the cross? And at the same time, the Coptic church in Alexandria, they were highly respected, because the Greeks and the Romans, them, everybody, that's where the center was at first. When Rome took over Egypt, they actually ended the Ptolemaic dynasty. That was with the whole Cleopatra them. She was the last of the Ptolemies. The Ptolemies were the Greeks who came in. So me are showing to say, even the religious concept, the Greeks took some of the Egyptian concept, merged the worship of Osiris and Apis the bull, and called it Serapis. The first worshippers of Serapis were called Christians, Exians, because the X means resurrection people. X always meant resurrection. That's why when you see certain pictures with Osiris, you see the X. That's why you see churches, you will see the P and the X. Look at the Catholic churches, them. Only see P and the X in the middle. I don't know if people have seen it. Julius Diamond, they actually found 13 pieces. but it was 14 pieces that was thrown out according to the story. And guess what? One piece was eaten by the quote-unquote catfish, and that was the phallus or the penis. And that's why you see the whole phallus thing where them deal with the Washington Monument thing. It's about resurrection. But my point is, the first resurrected savior, that's where they have that concept. The death, birth, and resurrection. I mean, the birth, death, and resurrection. So I'm saying, even though that we are in Lent, and people really believe that Good Friday was when Jesus died, and then they go and have sunrise service on Easter, not knowing, say, the 40 days Lent when them are deal with these, hold on there, Tobit, the 40 days Lent thing, like, how does this tie into Christianity now? Because as far as me know, the way before Christianity took it on, it was the Babylonians who had it with Ishtar and Tammuz. And up until now, we still have Easter. And Easter, you know, people have to understand, you know, when it comes down to Ishtar, you know, Ishtar was an eastern star, so to speak. So Easter, the Easter, it's speaking about, especially even in the Western world of reading, and the North, as in call it, right? Now, we're in a March, and we're heading into our April, what? Springtime, new life, rebirth. We just left out of the snow, leafed up off a tree. The environment just look dead and feel dead and everything. But most people indoors and blah, blah, blah. Winter time. Then go work, but them stay inside. Now, a springtime, you know, rebirth, new life, resurrection, so to speak. The trees them are gonna put on back them leaf and a blossom and a bloom upon them sin. All about the place, especially in the north and things like that. In Europe as well, you know, that is the same type of seasons they had. So even the authors of the King James, who enough of the people them don't even know who these people are. Enough people have never heard of John Dee. Never heard who John Dee was. Never done any research on John Dee. And John Dee was one of the quote-unquote people them who wrote the books or translate them something there and formulate the whole King James. So my point is this now. A lot of the stories were there to convey a certain message. Just like how the Bible said, Jesus did not speak without a parable. The Bible said that, you know, people. But now you have Christian apologia where I commanded and them a quote where Jesus said, infer that him say literally. That's part of the problem with the argument. Nothing that was said when Jesus said, I and the Father are one. Right? Him not talk about him a one with a physical man. I want to hear about Father. What you think? Is a physical man? When him say the Father in me, him not talk about a man in a him. So those are the things where people have to look at it from a metaphorical perspective and from an allegorical perspective, and not get too caught up on the literal. You get what I'm saying? The literal perspective, because the literal is really where the problem was. You know, big up yourself in a black light and everything going on. 100% facts. In that time, 2,000 years ago, these people read and write what? Unless they were Greek scholars and Roman scholars. You never have schools like that. Any education was a religious one. And you know how if you study the Torah or Talmud or whatever, Pentateuch and something there. So guess what? Most of the people, no, they couldn't read and write. That's a fact. They could not read and write. During that time. At that time, 2,000 years ago, the Greek influence dominated that era. And it was a time of the Roman influence as well. That's the reality of things. Along with people like Josephus, and Josephus was what? Them say he was quote-unquote a J, and he was a Roman. You understand me? I said, yeah, I'm talking fast. I'm talking fast. I want a little reasoning later still, man. You know anything about talking fast? Yeah, all right. So let me just hear where we be have to say about that, and then Amun Seti, you can just respond.
Okay, all right. So I'm actually hear all of that, right? So the thing about this thing, okay, because we keep mentioning that, you know, the whole Jesus thing was actually a myth and all that, copied from, you know, Egypt and Greek mythology. Now, we know that 14 years before the Titanic, there was actually a book called Futility, right? I'm telling you, when you read that book, exactly what happened to the Titanic ship was exactly detailed in that book 14 years prior. But are we going to make the argument that
but hold on.
the futility, yeah.
All right, I'm sorry to cut your wisdom. So you're saying that someone prophesied or predicted the demise of the Titanic, right?
No, man, I'm not saying prophesied. I'm just saying a book was written, right?
14 years before.
14 years before. And
right. So that is prophecy, of course.
My argument,
Hold on. Make I on this out now. No, hold on, no. We will not have to get too technical. What I'm saying,
no, man, you're saying that it was
wasn't that?
I'm saying it wasn't
that? But hold on. How is it not a prophecy when something was foretold it before it happened? Not so prophecy.
No. Okay, no. So the thing about this context here, right, is that this wasn't a Christian or anything like that. This author was just writing a book, right? And it so happened that 14 years after, something in reality occurred that was the very same occurrence like in the book. When you actually read the book known as Futility, you will actually see it hand in hand. It wasn't a prophecy. I'm just saying that not because, you might have something prior, speaking of, for example, dying and resurrection, all those kind of things, mean that something that happened literally means that the literal was copied from the myth. That's what I'm saying.
So the Titanic was when? When did the Titanic sink?
I think it was 1914 or something like that.
All right, cool. So let's just say 110 years ago, that right? Yeah, just yesterday. Whole heap of evidence for that. Just like how we have whole heap of evidence for the American Civil War and World War I in 1914. World War I start 1914 as well. We have whole heap of evidence for that. So here we go on now. That's fine. But using that comparison to say that
evidence.
Hold on. We're talking about 2,000 years ago, supposedly. There's a big difference in 2,000 years.
You said that persons living in the BC period, there's enough tangible evidence for them as well.
All I'm saying, my point is, I'm saying if you're gonna put an argument to say your argument about the Titanic validates an argument about 2,000 year old, all I'm saying is 2,000 years ago, we need proof. There's proof about the Titanic demise and the details and whatever. That's fine. It's there. So what I say is that the historical proof is there. The historical proof is there for that. I'm saying that 2,000-year-old argument about a man that came and died and take off in the sky like a rocket. All them something there. Yeah, we are saying where the evidence there for that. That's all I say.
Okay. Now the thing about it, right? To even answer that, just by the entire thing in regards to how we came about, the heavens and the earth, that right there should actually spark a valid argument for my point. Because you said that this person just come and just came and just shoot off in the sky and take. That's actually alluding to someone who is a godlike figure, right? But
hold on. The thing is, my general. Remember, I said a whole heap was before him too. So, like I said, he was the only one. Remember, Krishna, right? Yeah, he had to flee from the wicked King Kansa.
Hold on, brother, man. You're not saying those persons were God.
Hold on, brother.
May I share a point?
1 second, Amon. May I show you other stories, and there are many more that the same occurred. So may I show you that story is not a unique one. That's all I'm saying. So well, I know the Bible is not the first. The Jesus story, you had stories that predates it. Big up 444, All right, let me make I'm
saying
rising
from the third day.
But Toby, I hear you. I hear your argument, my general. I hear you. So me I say just make Amun Seti respond to you, and if you need to respond, you respond, and then Black Milk can say a thing.
I don't. That's a false equivalent or comparison. But if you go even to Google and look at plate 23 in the British Museum, it has the judgment scene from the papyrus of Ani, the scribe about 1400 BC, showing the weight of the heart in the hall of double truth in the presence of Osiris, the judge of the dead, in the British Museum, catalog number 10,470. Now, do you know who the 12 disciples, where they got the concept of the 12 disciples?
Okay, so you're saying that
No. Do you know where they got the concept of the 12 disciples? Above are the 12. Right? Hold on, the 12 gods. Right? Hold on. The 12 gods and goddesses: Hermertes, Tamu, Timu, Shun.
Okay, the 12 god and goddesses.
Yeah, Toughnut, Seb, Nut,
no,
Isis.
But you can finish now.
Christianity.
Nephthys, Horus, Hethar, Hun, and San, or Sea. These are where they got the concept of the 12 disciples. Out of ancient Kemet, you can go to plate them.
Prove that. Or provide evidence.
All right, hold on, Amun.
I'm gonna show it on my screen.
No, hold on, Amun. That's hold on. Tobit, are you looking at the screen?
Yeah.
Are you looking at my screen?
Yeah, man.
All right. Yes. So it says the judgment scene. You see that, right?
Yeah.
I understand you might not be able to read the pictographs that's here, right? I understand that, and you don't acknowledge, and that's fair. You might know,
I have an 18th century. I have an 18th century.
Amun, that's well on, man.
Okay, I got to get this out though.
Yeah, but hold on.
Go ahead.
All I'm saying is, Tobit, you might not be able to read this judgment scene right here, right? But anyone who is familiar with this type of information, and they have done extensive research about, like, the ancient Egyptian mythology and things like that.
That's why I'm not a Christian anymore.
Well, I know, Amun, they will understand, because with the white Atef crown. This is the Atef crown on the head here. This white. You see Asar, he's sitting on the square, right? That's the one in the white here. Let me just try and get it bigger. Just look at the mouse, right? The one to the far right, sitting on the square in white with the Atef crown, with the rod and thy staff, they comfort me. That's Asar. So the concept of thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. It's right here in the judgment scene, right? You have behind him is Ma'at, that Amun mentioned earlier, with the feather, with judgment. So she's at the judgment scene. If you look above, you will see see the car as well, which is the quote unquote spirit as the Binu bird. There is the lotus flower as well. I think this is Geb, Shu, Nut, Tefnut. So I look over here. So now this is Teuti, the divine scribe, writing down the deeds or reading out the deeds of the initiate, because this is a scale right here with Sibek, he's the enforcer of divine justice, and there's Apep who are wait for devour the heart, because the heart must be light as the feather. So on the scale is a feather, and this next part is a heart, and the heart must be light as a feather. This is Teuti or Jeuti, the divine scribe, reading out the deeds of the person that died, aka the Lamb's Book of Life, where them say the whole of we have to go line up judgment day, and God I go read out, call we name, and we head to the front of the line, right? I mean, I grew up in a Jehovah's Witness home, and I saw them teach me. We head to the line when we name call on the day of judgment, and we name I go in the Lamb's Book of Life, and God I go say, yes man, your name is Imhotep. Cool. We're gonna read out your file. That is what we were taught to believe growing up. So what I say now is that the same thing that we were taught to believe with the Lamb's Book of Life and your name and judgment day is the same Theotis, the divine scribe. He's the deity of writing and wisdom, whatever. The Greeks call him Tatan Hermes Trismegistus. This is actually Heru. Correct. As well, with the falcon head. So my point is this: the concept of the judgment scene where the G are talked about. This is what is on the screen right now. So, and this is from the papyrus of Ani. So that's, and this is from 1275 BC thereon. You get what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, what he's saying in now just talk it. These are things that are historical accounts.
But now dispute that it's historical.
Wait.
Okay.
Okay.
The 12 disciples actually came from that, correct?
No. Let me finish my point. What I was reading about the judgment scene in that plate, I'm reading this out of a 18th century Bible that was passed down to me by my great-great-grandparents. If you look on your screen that I'm showing, that's real papyrus. This has been wrapped in papyrus. So I wasn't reading this from Google. I was reading this actually from the Bible, from a Bible, as you can see. So I'm not asking you to agree with me. I'm saying the evidence. No, right? I'm not saying
that's the Bible, right?
No,
I'm not saying
after, man.
I can prove where they got the origin. And what the brother has on the screen right now is showing you the weighing of the soul in the halls of double truth by the scribe Tahuti Ma'at. Predates Alexander. It even predates Moses. All of this predates the story of Genesis before the Hyksos came into ancient Kemet and the Greeks and the Romans. This predates that. The step pyramid of Giza predates the life of Moses, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob. It predates that, and it can be proven. I have an 18th century, 1862 King James Oxford English Bible where even in its own record, it states where they got the origin of heaven, hell, raising of the dead, weighing of the judgment of the heart. What the brother just said, I can prove it. I have the evidence in my library. And you're still questioning me as far as you disagree. But you disagree based on what? No, you disagree based on what evidence? What evidence? What evidence?
You're actually saying that the 12 disciples, that's a copy from what you're talking about, correct? And
yes.
I'm actually saying, so yes. Are you saying that each of the 12, those, so like one person would represent one of the inscriptions that's written on the thing on the screen, correct?
Basically, this is what I'm saying. I was a Christian right down a long time. I'm 60.
I'm not.
I'm 60. I'm almost 68
You're saying that the 12 disciples came.
They are saying. It's not that I am saying.
Guys, hold on, please.
Okay, so who said it then? Because that's what we're really interested in.
The same people that gave us Christianity says it.
Guys, hold on. Tobit, you cannot ask him the question, and in 3 seconds when he might respond, you cut him. Is either you make a statement and then may allow him to respond, but once you ask him the question, we have to kind of give him some time to respond, and I'll allow you to respond as well. And let's bear in mind, say blackmail wants to say a thing as well too. All right, so you ask him the question, just let him respond, and I'll allow you to say what you're saying, and then we make blackmail say a thing. So go ahead and respond, Amun Seti.
I believe that there was no Paul, there was no Mark, there was no Matthew, there was no Luke, there was no Yeshua, there was no John, and all of that is plagiarism by the Greeks, the Romans, and even through transcribed text by the the JRs, if you know what I mean. The most learned of the JRs. So I believe the whole concept or the whole book is a falsehood. So if you ask me any question within the context of what you believe to be that being the innate truth, then prove it based on anything that predates it. If you can't find any documentation or any artifact that predates it.
Right. So the thing is this now, you see, it can only be a falsehood, right? If, all right, you see, like how Tobit will believe, say the things in it are true. Yeah, it's important for him to really validate it. That's fine. But guess what happened now? It's a book, right? I mean, even quote unquote Christian apologists and Christian scholars, they will also agree. Hold on, Tobit. They will also agree that it's a book on mythology. So when something is mythology, the same way, oh, this is a judgment scene. This is mythology. Yeah, we not argue and say they were historical. Osiris was historical, or Aset was historical, or Eru or Teruti were real people. No. It's a story that conveyed, right, a meaning to it. So that's the thing about mythology as well, right? So it conveys a meaning. So once something is mythology, and based on how you read it, you know say a mythology, right? The creation story, that go back to even Egyptian creation story. The whole baptism thing, Egypt first baptism come from, no doubt about that. The baptism never start with no John the Baptist. That
Correct.
inscribed on stone in Egypt, right? People being quote unquote baptized, so to speak. But the concept of it never started 2,000 years ago with no John the Baptist. My point is, these stories were mythology, where convey a certain meaning. Kunum, creating man on the potter's wheel, that is a record that is there, chiseled in stone, when them can show you, say, that's it, the ram-headed deity named Kunum. He's the potter. That is him depicted making man out of clay on the potter's wheel. The Genesis story, he is the potter, I am the clay kind of thing. Yeah, that story about Kunum predates that. All right, go ahead, Toby.
All right, yeah, man, because the reason I'm actually interject sometimes is because we go on a long-winded explanation, and then a lot of times go kind of off topic, and it segues into another topic, and I understand. So that's how the platform is, right? Come actually watch it, right? And think, but just don't want to get a point or make question, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I say hold your point, though. That's why I say hold your thought, That's a thing called hold your thought in these conversations.
But I listen to what you guys saying also, because you can make some interesting points as well, which can make me forget my initial point in question I'm actually want to ask.
All right, go ahead. But that's why I say hold your point still, your thought. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. So I'm actually ask again, right? Because you guys said that the 12 disciples, right? It's a complete copy from you guys call it the resurrection of Osiris and judgment scene. Yeah, we have 12 persons, so to speak. So I'm asking, is that case where, for example, each of the 12 persons making the disciples, for each one of them would represent one person or entity of the resurrection of Osiris thing that you guys have on the screen, which would give like a representation of what they would each represent, if you get what I'm saying.
Right. All right. So the number 12, right? The number 12 was, yeah, just like the number 7 was a mystical number. Number 9 was a mystical number. The number 12 is also number 3, which is the Holy Trinity as well. When you look at things now, the Bible themselves have 66 books, right? 6 plus 6 is 12. 1 plus 2 is 3. Jacob had 12 sons, right? That's very important as well. 12 months make the year. 3 months per season. So them divide the season in quote unquote 3 months each, right? When you look at the Last Supper table, so to speak, you see the disciples, them paint it, they make sure 3 disciples one place, 3 disciples one place, quote unquote, Jesus not the middle, 3 more there so and 3 more there so. That is symbolic, and there's a reason why they are conveying the importance of the number 12. We can go on and on with the number 12. There's so much things. We can talk about the pineal gland in itself has 12 cranial nerves. That's a biological fact. You get what I'm saying? So all I'm saying is that the number 12 was very important. Now, when it comes down to the 12 disciple concepts, right, it's applicable to the number 12. Because the number 12 was definitely a very important number, especially in cultural things amongst the Egyptians. And remember as well, the people who wrote these things, right, who were the Greeks and the Romans, because they were influenced. They were influenced by the Egyptians as well and their mythology. So these concepts, they borrowed it, as the G said. They might plagiarize some of it because they take it and say it's their own and don't give credit to where it originated from. So we understand the plagiarism aspect there. But yes, these concepts are not new. However, chronology is important because chronology will identify who had that concept first.
Correct.
Who had that concept first and who can prove it that they had that concept and the time periods. So we can see when other people start to adopt it and borrow it, we might say at them first when it's not them first. So at the end of the day, that is where it's important for us to identify as well. Again, from Pain Music, big up. Toby, just hold on. Let me make Blackmail say a quick thing. Because I'm there wait, and then, yeah, man, me give back the mic. And then Amun Seti can say a thing after.
Yeah, it's a bit noisy. I hope it's not distracting the whole program.
Well, yeah, you have to talk fast. You have to talk fast. Because it's nice with you.
All right. What I would say, even just, like I said, the sun, is symbolism again. The sun about to go into the ram, which is Aries, which is the Lamb of God, so, and it's a resurrection because the sun living what you just said earlier on, because you said a lot, with the water, meaning water comes in tree, is ice. If you're in foreign hair, is in the Caribbean is more water, and in like liquid, and we have it in gas also. It's just a trinity again, and coming back to even just the ancient Kemetic culture with Ra.
Please,
Ra
your background noisy. Your background noisy, bad though, man. I don't think the people can hear you. You're making some very good points, but we can't hear it so well.
Yeah, all right. So Alhamdulillah. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself, man. Because you're making some very good points, And it would be good for the audience to also hear you, not only panelists. You understand what I say? And sometimes, the background kind of a bit noisy. All right. So Tobit, you can go ahead and say what you say, and then I make Amun Seti say what I say.
Yeah, yeah. So you'd actually all right, so I think you'd have actually heard that person saying that the book of Genesis was more so an apologetic book. Right?
All right. An apologetic book.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't understand the concept of that, because guess what happened now? Again, if we go back to the origin of these stories about the creation of man, it will be credited with the Egyptians and the Sumerians. The Sumerian story, more like the Enuma Elish, that is what speaks about the gods mining the earth, and we understand the whole concept of that. Where they say, let us make man in our image after our likeness to mine the gold and the earth. And it's the same thing where in Genesis, Elohim, and Elohim means, or it denotes the plural, which is gods. You get what I'm saying? Elohim, that says let us. It wasn't a singular. And I don't know why even Christians conflict
in that tablet thing,
was
it actually have the exact words to say, let us make man, as in with the Sumerian tablet thing.
Yes. That is written in cuneiform on cylinder seals by the Sumerians and also the Akkadians, right? So I am saying they wrote that. There was a pantheon of 50. There was actually Anu. There was Enlil. There was Enki, right? Enlil was the god of the ear. Well, on, want to show you a thing, where these concepts are originated from. When it comes on to Anu, he was called Anu Elion El, which means Anu, the Most High God. Or Anu meant the Most High El, the Most High God. His son, we named Enlil, he was the quote-unquote deity of the ear. And him have a son named Enki, who then call Ea, who was the deity of the water. He was depicted in the Chaldean pantheon as, he was called actually Oannes, the waterman, with the body of a fish. He have a fish head and a man body, and he was called Oannes, the waterman. That also became Ionis or John, because remember there was no J, so it was Ionis, the Baptist, the waterman. So may I show you even where it comes from Enki or to Ea to go to Chaldea, where the name was Oannes, and that is depicted in their history. A man with a fish head, he was called Oannes, the waterman. And the John Ion or the Ionis became the John the Baptist concept. So when you look at the creation story, that is something that is there. The Sumerian epic of creation, even the epic of Gilgamesh, right? It is there. Well, I know. Even the epic of Gilgamesh, right? As they would say, the epic of Gilgamesh is the same thing as the epic of J3SUS. So my point is, these cultures that are there 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 years ago and beyond, they wrote these things in cuneiform. That's what the Sumerians wrote this in. So when you see it in the book of Genesis, that says, let us make man in our image after our likeness. That's the reason why it shows you where the story came from. The flooding of the earth, the Noah story, there are stories that predates that. So my point is, a lot of these stories within the book are not exclusive to the book, nor did they originate in that book. So I'm saying there are other cultures that had the similar stories. So as I'm saying, there's nothing new under the sun. So these kind of concepts, these were designed to convey, and that's why even the book of Galatians again, it says Abraham is allegorical. And if Abraham is allegorical, the whole story crumbled down. Because once Abraham is allegorical, it means what? It was not literal, it was not intended to be literal, and it was not conveyed literally. It's a story that conveys a symbolic meaning, or if people want to say spiritual meaning, or if they want to say metaphysical meaning, that's fine. But once it's allegorical, it is not to be taken literally. That's what it meant. And Galatians 4, verse 20 to 24 explicitly said that is no secret. And all the wrote was in mythology as well. The Greeks wrote in mythology with the Zeus and the Kronos and the Aphrodite. They were not real people, but it was their pantheon that they wrote it in their mythology. And those people that
give me the books. Give me the books they actually did read. Yeah. So we can actually read those books.
Right. All right. So I know. All right. So I can give you some works, man, of scholars, right? Samuel M. Kramer, right? I want you to check out his work.
Because after the live finish, I'll actually listen to the live and
just hold on, man. You asked me to give you some books, and I give and you cut me. Just hold on now.
But now, cut you know, I'm just saying I will listen back to the audio stream.
Yeah,
so
but you asked
can
me
list them.
Names. So let me give you some names as primary archaeological sources. And also, it's important to do some research on the Sumerians and the Akkadians as well. But my point is, Samuel Noah Kramer, right? He is considered one of the greatest archaeologists where have the experience on Sumer. You get what I say? Check out his work. And there's also, as a matter of fact, you know, right? Even people like Cheek Anta Diop, they did work on it. People like Dr. Anthony Brother. I'm talking about PhD scholars, brother, who do the field work, right? And I show you the writings and the cuneiform and them something there. When I say, if you study the Sumerian cuneiform writings and their story, yes, you will see that. You will see it. It is in the British Museum. It is in the French Museum. It is in England. It is in the New York Museum. All of this is there, brother, in the museums. And that's why they call it museum, because muse means memory. Muse stand for memory. That's why them call it museum. It's a place to store memory. And that's the reason why them have archaeological artifacts in the museum. So these terms and these things are not coincidental, because when they go back to the words and their origin, when you dig deep and study these things, it broadens your understanding of their language, it broadens your understanding of the time periods as well, and the concepts, to know that they were not new.
All right. So you gave the scholars, right, in the respective fields, them actually have any books, like tangible books, where all those information would be in also?
All right. That's why I mentioned the term cuneiform. That's the language that they wrote in, the same way how the Egyptians they wrote in quote unquote Meduneta, or the Greeks call it hieroglyphics. That's how the Sumerians wrote in cuneiform, pictograph, right? If you look even on the screen right now, right, and you look at my background, these pictographs are what are called Meduneta. So the cuneiform that the Sumerians wrote in, it's pictographs on cylinder seals, and they are writing their creation stories because it has been deciphered. The same way how the Meduneta, right? They actually use the hieratic and the demotic and the Coptic along with that to decipher it, and they can read these things. So I am saying, check out Samuel N. Kramer, the Sumerians, right? That he is an authority on it because of the extensive research he has done on it. So that's a source, and it's going to lead you down the rabbit hole to the whole Sumerian creation story. When you don't read that or study that, you will realize, and go back and read the Genesis story, then you will say, oh my gosh.
Comparison.
Yes.
Total
then
comparison.
You will realize. All right.
I'm going to do the reading. Hold on, guys. Come back next week.
Hold on. Make Amon set to say a thing, because I'm going to close off now. You know, make all a little musical reason later. So I'm going to close off now. So I just close an argument now. So make Amon Seti, make him close an argument. Just leave a like on your way out, people. Respect to everyone.
I enjoyed talking to you, gentlemen. I'm in the States. I have these in the United States. I have these discussions all the time. But I would say this: if you read Sheikh Anta Diop's work on the African origins of ancient Kemet or Egypt, read Dr. Ben Yossef's book, the African origins of Christianity.
Right.
If you read George G. M. James,
Stolen Legacy.
The Stolen Legacy.
Right.
If you study the Ivan van Sertima,
right,
Ancient Egypt in Antiquity.
Walter Williams.
Yeah, Anthony Browder.
Right.
Let's see who else. Renoko Rashidi.
All right. So, let me see. Renoko Rashidi. I'm talking about, like, all right. So you see when I mentioned like all Sheikh Anta Diop and those ones. The
PhDers, the ones that have PhDs in the field, did the archaeological evidence, did the radiocarbon dating, the mitochondrial dating of the remains and of the fossil and of the clay and the tablets. Those will be your best sources.
Right.
All right, brother.
There was also like all Theophilo Benga. Yeah, man.
Theophilo Benga.
He is an authority on it that people should really look at.
Definitely.
I mean, there is so much, but the thing is that, you know, now in 2025, we are privy. We are in the information age, so to speak, and we are privy to a lot of information and peer-reviewed information. So you see people who grew up in a Christian environment, they were just told to believe things and accept them as they were told, without asking for any evidence or any proof of it. So I understand that mindset where we're at right now. So therefore, a lot of people, you know, don't dig deep. Like 50 years ago, we weren't privy to no books like that. We weren't that educated, right? No. The only book we had was a Bible back then, so to speak, right? Especially I'm talking from being a Jamaican. 100 years ago, in the time of Marcus Garvey, most black people in America could not really read like that either. Correct. Right? The majority could not read. So now, in 2025, when we have all these information peer-reviewed, right, accredited by PhDs and the relevant people who have done the field research, we have to look at this type of information as well and not only rely on our own understanding. Because remember, it said, trust in the Lord with all thine heart, but they don't really understand, say, when the term Lord means law. That's what Lord meant, ruler, rule. Lord meant ruler. Ruler comes from the word rule. Rule comes from the term measurement. Measurement comes from ma'at, truth, justice, righteousness, reciprocity, equilibrium, the balance, everything. So these things, these concepts conveyed certain meanings to it. So people have to just understand, so here we go on. You cannot rely on just a book like a Bible, yet still you say, oh, the Bible proves the historicity of quote unquote a Jesus or a Abraham, Isaac, Jacob.
Or Nineveh.
And then you're gonna say, I believe it to be so. You believing it to be so doesn't make it the fact or the truth. So you know all the thing. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, man. So you know I go Amun Seti. Just make sure you subscribe. So like on a Sunday, the same time we kind of try to have these conversations. So yeah, man, definitely. And you know that we'll have some Egyptian ones too, because you know, I really want to engage in some of these Egyptian conversations, but not everyone is ready for these type of conversations, because especially when you're explaining something, it can appear long-winded because the person don't understand, and they might try to understand what you say. So I do understand,
and it's conflicting.
Right. So you know what I think? Big up yourself, in general. Respect for passing through. You see?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. Big up. Big up to all the people. Let me know. Yeah, man. Big up Blacklight. Big up Mr. Nim. You know what I think? Respect for everybody. We're checking. Theo Charles. King James didn't wrote the Bible. He paid for it to be translated. From what, Theo Charles? What was it translated from? I want to hear that now. Because we have to understand, say, a whole heap of books them use. Remember, say, there was the Tyndale Bible, the Geneva Bible, there was the Septuagint, the Latin Vulgate. All these manuscripts were around. You get what I'm saying? So you know how the thing go. So you can't just say, it's not like say, oh, they gave King James a Bible and said translate it. No. That's why it is coded. And that's why it's a thing called Codex in Scriptus, or the code within the scriptures. So them things are where you have to decipher still. Big up to the people who tune in. You know, I got a little musical reasoning later. So the music fans, when they can check in later still. Anyway, thing. Big up Lynette Thompson. Yeah, man, respect every time. Carla Messiah, big up yourself. Nikki Willie, Maat Root, you know what thing. Big up on yourself. Ryan Williams. Yeah, man, respect everybody. We pass through. King Uzziah know say him couldn't deal with the Egyptian reasoning where the G put up. So King Uzziah know say, I forgot to step back there. So big up yourself still, King Uzziah. You know, man has a respect for there. Big up to loving one too, anywhere in there. You know what thing. Yeah, we not always agree. And we not have to agree. But we not to want overtalk to King Uzziah, man. You know what thing. You see? So big up to all the people who pass through, man, and check in. Gain from PN Music. Big up yourself, man. Philemon 2 verse 5. Let the same mind that was in Christ be in you. As a matter of fact, Paul said, let Christ be formed in you. Yeah, man. Let Christ be formed in you. Because they understood what Christ was. You know, that Christ, or the Christos, represented consciousness. The divine consciousness, or the universal intelligence expressing itself in human consciousness. That's what the Christ was. But as me say, milk for babies, meat for men. And that is how you do it. You know, certain information, not everyone is ready for it. So to them, it is confusion and misleading and things like that, because they don't understand it. So sometimes you have to just deal with a thing like that too. You know, yeah, man. Milk for babies, meat for men. So big up on yourself. Respect to everybody that leave a like. Respect to everyone that subscribed. Respect to everyone that shared it. You know, big up to Ryan Scott. Big up Tuggy Frost. Big up Self-Made. Big up again Self-Made. Hold on. I missed that super chat. How did I miss that one? Big up yourself, man. I'm self-made. You know what, go, man. Them Sunday reason is always a funny one still. You know, King Uzziah said he rose someone from the dead. That the first me hear this in a real life. So you know the thing go. That can't rub out King Uzziah. They up on the internet. Say you rose someone from the dead. So you should be a very rich man now. As a matter of fact, you should be well protected. You know it go, because yeah, man, that means that you are God. You get me? Big up yourself, man. Big up to DJ Easy as well. You know, respect me general for the check-in. Yeah, man, respect for the support as well. Big up yourself, me general. So big up on yourself, people. Big up Kemar Miller, man. Him said never come here and not learn something. Yeah, man, you know a thing go me G, man. You know, we just there for share perspectives as it fits what I read. Big up yourself, me G. You know a thing go. Yeah, man. Paul was a gnosis at times too. But Blacklight, remember, Gnostics, you know. The Gnostics were called the knowers of the truth because gnosis means knowledge. Gnosis is Greek for knowledge. So the Gnostics were the knowers of the truth, or the sons of light and things like that. So then they deal with Gnostic Christianity. Where they not even understand says that they were different branches of Christianity. You had the Gnostic Christianity, where only initiates were privy. The whole story of Jesus, it was like a fraternity. It's only the 12 disciples imparted certain information too. Only 12 were privy to access him and his information like that in terms of him divulging certain things. So it was more of a Gnostic practice. When you look at the quote unquote, the people of the book as well, or people of the way, as well, King Uzziah said, they were called the Gnostics, the people of the way, or the people of the book. They were also called the Nazareans, or the Nazareans. That's why them say Jesus of Nazareth. And Rastaman said them take the Nazarene vow. So at the end of the day, and the Nazareans are the Essenes. So when you look at the whole history, Nagama, the library, Dead Sea Scrolls, and you look at the history of the Essenes and their practices, baptism was from the Essenes. That's why them said John the Baptist, according to the story, was a Essene, because only the Essenes practiced that. Where are the Essenes from? Egypt. Where them find Dead Sea Scrolls? Egypt. Where them find the Nag Hammadi library? Egypt. It's no coincidence. All right. Big up on yourself, people. You know, I got a lot of musical reason later. Manners and respect, everybody.